Chapter 2047. The sudden trip to the shattered continent of origins was no different from rain after a long drought for them. Everything that needed to be tormented was tormented to their heart's content. It was also because it was an outcome that could not be replicated that everyone was tormenting themselves to death. Every one of them had the potential to be close to him in an instant. After they came out, everyone's condition was very real. They all waved their hands and said that they wanted to find a place to lie down for 3 to 5 days to tidy themselves up. Otherwise, they might not be able to see the void frontline tomorrow. After watching the group of people disappear from sight, like wandering ghosts, and find a place to rest, he and the little angel looked at each other and shrugged. They had a good time, but it was also true that they were dizzy. Anyway, everyone had worked hard this time, so they should just let them rest. The void frontline was safe and sound. Nonsense. If they could come out with their feet on the ground, it meant that nothing had happened. But to be on the safe side, they should let little Qingzi know first, lest he thought that they had lost contact with them. Ah, Lord Feng, you're back. The void frontline was safe and sound. There was nothing unusual. It's just that. I Ching paused for a moment. He looked at the fireworks in the void and sighed faintly. I hope you and Lord Hui can remind us next time. Big Brother Qing and I were scared to death when we found you all suddenly disappeared. We couldn't recover for a long time. Well, even though little Qingzi was shocked, he knew that they would encounter some strange things from time to time. So he calmed down quickly. He pointed at Underpants and suddenly disappeared. Then he said Underpants and suddenly appeared in front of him. He came and went without a trace. Luckily, little Qingzi was used to their erratic behavior. If it was someone else, they would have had a heart attack. This was a sudden incident. We didn't expect it at all. Yun Nuashing shrugged and told little Qingzi everything that had happened in the past month and a half. After listening, little Qingzi's face was full of emotion. As expected of Lord Feng, he can suddenly disappear at home. I guess there's no place in the void that's safe. So, there was nothing to refute. This was indeed the truth. Anyway, everything was fine at the front line. There was no chaos or unrest. The abyss death mist was normal. The underworld didn't come out to play any tricks. Everything was fine for now. As for their side, well, there were still many things to do. Big Brother is finally willing to come back. As soon as he finished talking to I Ching, he heard another voice coming from the ice field. He turned around with the little angel and saw a girl in platinum and gold walking towards them with her hands behind her back. Her long platinum hair was swaying back and forth. Where have you been? She asked. Something unexpected happened. This really can't be considered as having fun. Yun Nuashing patted the girl's head and looked around. After thinking for a while, he decided that it would be better to just press the cube on the snowy plains. Thus, he took it out from the pendant and said, You're here, just in time. There's something I need you to take a look at. Dao Heaven looked at the Big Brother, taking out a wash basin-sized cube that was emitting colorful light. Her gaze suddenly froze. The restlessness of her own power made her slightly widen her heterochromatic eyes. She couldn't take her eyes off the cube at all. It was as if there was a command in her heart that ordered her to stare at the cube. This is the heavenly god of origins. He thought for a moment and nodded. Teaching and guidance. It's for the inheritors. It also includes some guidance from the heavenly god of origin that you inherited. It's a very rare experience for you all. It can speed up your processing of origin energy. Dao Heaven stretched out her slender finger and poked the cube. She was shocked by the numbing sensation between her fingers. She turned around and looked at the Big Brother. You went out to look for this? Well, more or less. It's like this. He briefly told the girl what happened in the past 1.5 months. After listening to him, she immediately looked a little depressed. She couldn't help but mumble. Well, it's a pity that we didn't go. After a moment, she suddenly put one hand on her waist and stretched out her slender finger to poke his face. She looked at him with a smile and said, "I've decided. I'll follow Big Brother from now on. I'm sure we'll encounter something else." Her words were exactly the same as what elder brother Fiery Wind and Thunder said. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that he had now become a creation that could accurately locate and trigger things related to origin. "I don't mind. As long as you're not afraid of encountering those life-threatening things, it's fine." Dao Heaven smiled and stroked his hair. "Big Brother will protect us anyway. Yun Nuashing." Theoretically speaking, he was the one who rushed the fastest when encountering those troublesome things, so fine, let's just take it that way. It didn't make any difference anyway. After finding a safe area to place the cube, Yun Nuashing called the busy Monarch Green and Xing Lu over. He also asked them to bring along the 4 new inheritors that he didn't know. After explaining the function of the cube to them, they all let out sounds of realization and surprise. This was indeed something that they urgently needed right now. The teachings of the heavenly god of origin meant that a single symbol could make them take 2 steps faster. Monarch Green stretched out his finger and tapped the cube. He suddenly turned to look at Feng Luo. "Lord Feng, can I hug and gnaw on this?" "Yun Nuashing." "You're trying to physically absorb knowledge, aren't you?" Feng Luo rolled his eyes at Monarch Green, who was scratching his head and laughing dryly. He pointed to the ground and said, "There's no shortcut. This is what your honorable God said. At this level, everything needs time to settle down. Do you think that you're still young and can take shortcuts and advance by leaps and bounds after special training? That doesn't exist. Just sit down obediently and pour the knowledge into your brain. I'm talking to you, Monarch Green. Don't open your mouth and gnaw on it. Even if you have the ability to physically absorb knowledge, you can still eat it." Yun Nuashing pulled Monarch Green, who was lying on the cube and trying to physically absorb knowledge, down. He rolled his eyes and looked at Xing Lu and the others. "Where are your seniors? I'm talking about the other second-generation inheritors." Xing Lu was making a fireball in his hand. When he heard this, he extinguished the fire. "I think they're in the tower. They probably won't come out for the next few days. It's useless even if you inform them." "Why?" Xing Lu scratched his head and looked to the side. "They got into a fight with your rule, order, energy form shadow. They said that they won't come out until you're dead. Then they fought inside for more than a month. I think they're about to puke." Yun Nuashing. He felt that he had really become the public enemy. But when he mentioned this, he became excited. "Speaking of which, you guys pushed my shadow here and they're in the tower. What's the battle record of the entire Void frontline now?" They were silent for a moment. Monarch Green grinned bitterly. "So far, no one has won even once." That can't be right?" Yun Nuashing glared at him. "When I heard about this last time, didn't you guys say that you were already fighting as a group? There are 2 or 3 forms that are indeed not very friendly to you guys, but there are also normal power forms, right?" That's the reason." Monarch Green covered his face with both hands and smiled bitterly. "We can beat your normal power form in a group, but everyone feels that it's too humiliating. They all said that they want to fight one-on-one and then, so until now we still haven't that." Xing Lu and the others waved their hands vigorously. "We can't beat you. We really can't beat you." Monarch Green looked up at the sky with his hands behind his back and sighed. "There are always iron-headed kids who want to face the biggest disaster of the Order Void alone. There won't be much change no matter how they fight, but they still don't give up even after being shattered tens of thousands of times. I don't know if I should say that they're brave or let's just say that they're brave. He wasn't the biggest. Forget it. Let's not delve into this question. Let them play. Wait a minute. What about the most normal power form? The one that didn't switch to the standard form and didn't stack any power forms? The one that only uses origin energy to fight? That everyone said that you're going too easy on them. It's like you're releasing a sea of void. It's boring to train, so There aren't many people who want to challenge it. Normally, those who want to practice and familiarize themselves with their newly increased power might challenge it. As for the others, they're all, well, Lord Phone, you know. Monarch Green laughed dryly. Yun Nuashing. This is great. It's boring to fight in the most standard form, but no one can beat me when I switch to the standard form. What's going on? All right, let's not talk about this for now. I called you here because... Wait a minute, where's that girl Shuiyan? Just as he was about to skip this topic and talk about this cube, he looked around and didn't see Ji Shuiyan. He couldn't help but look at Monarch Green and Xing Lu. Before leaving, Shuiyan was left in the conceptual space, so she should be here too. When he notified her just now, it seemed that he didn't inform this girl. She seems to have not come back after leaving the conceptual space. Monarch Green scratched his head and looked at Xing Lu. After seeing him nod, he nodded to Lord Foam. That's right, but where did she go? She didn't tell us. We're not very familiar with that girl. Shuiyan went to the tower. Dao Tian clapped his hands and hurriedly called Ji Shuiyan through the soul transmission. He explained to them while he was at it, Shuiyan has been thinking about Big Brother's matter when she was resting, but there hasn't been any sign of it. Last time, she told me that she might have an impression if she went to the tower to fight with Big Brother's illusion, but she hasn't come back until now. I'll tell her to wait a moment. After hearing this, Yun Nuashing's expression was a little strange. That girl was so obsessed with his matter? Strange. Everything related to him was clearly destroyed by the chaos conceptual entity. What was she still thinking about in this situation? No, what else could she recall? Was it just like how he was thinking about the mythological era that he couldn't remember? Although he was a little curious. Well, when he had time, he would talk to this girl about the situation. The girl in the green dress hurriedly landed on the ice field and took the time to yawn before hurriedly running over. When she saw Yun Nuashing, she couldn't help but smile. You guys are back. I'm not late, am I? You're not late, not late. Yun Nuashing waved his hand, pointed at the square, and repeated the story of the brightly colored brick. When everyone finally understood and found a place to sit down, Yun Nuashing stopped Xing LV, patted him on the shoulder, and looked at him with an inexplicable gaze. Xing LV was trembling all over. Then Yun Nuashing said indifferently, Your venerable god asked me to tell you to set yourself on fire. You are not allowed to extinguish the fire for a month. Xing Lu's face turned pale. Does he have a grudge against me? Yun Nuashing shook his head. It seems to be some kind of special training for you. He asked me to keep an eye on you, and if you extinguish the fire in less than a month, I'll beat you up or something. I think this method is a little cruel, so think about it yourself. Of course, if you want, it's not like I can't monitor and supervise you from the side, right? By the way, ordinary fire doesn't count. It has to be your own origin power, plus those creations of laws that you got from the realm of gods. It'll be much better with two things at the same time. Your venerable god said so. Xing Lu shuddered and scratched his white, shoulder-length hair with a pained expression. Well, if he said so, there must be some meaning behind it. I'll just burn it. It's just a month, isn't it? It's not like I've never been burned like charcoal by the divine flame for hundreds of years back then. Yun Nuashing shrugged at Xing Lu's muttering and said to the dark-colored thunderbolt that was bouncing behind him, Keep an eye on Xianlei. Do it step by step and add some fire when necessary. Just don't cook him. A female voice that did not know whether to laugh or cry could be heard from the dark clouds. Strange request, strange. Don't worry, just leave it to me. After arranging the matters of this group of people, Yun Nuashing walked to the side and threw a large pile of fragments on the ground. White balls of light scattered all over the ground and sky of the ice field, decorating this place like a star field. Walking slowly was like walking in the Milky Way, surrounded by endless stars above and below. He could see the movement of the Milky Way when he waved his hand to fiddle with these stars. I don't know how much energy it will take to deal with this pile of shards. The little angel who walked over saw the distressed expression on his face and said casually. It gave him a round of critical blow on the spot, making him hold his chest and laugh bitterly. These are all okay. The energy will be replenished sooner or later. I'm more concerned about how many of these things can be used for extra purposes. Even if it's a little bit useful, it doesn't matter if it costs 10 times the energy. Yun Nuashing sighed softly. These things will be useful. Ah, he meant to use them as fireworks. This was also his initial plan, but he hoped that they could be used for other purposes before the fireworks. He would make the best use of them. There's still that energy to be dealt with. I reminded you. The little angel pinched his face and reminded him. Well, I still remember that the energy will start to slowly evaporate in about a month. If possible, of course, it will be used up in a month. But in terms of magnitude, it would be considered fast to use it up in 1,000 years. I have to think of a way to quickly consume this energy. Yun Nuashing lowered his head and stretched out his fingers to twirl his hair. His eyes flashed. Based on the current situation, the fastest way to consume the energy, the little angel looked at him. According to your previous plan, to transform the energy C's origin, this was also within the scope of his original plan, and he had intended to do so. But after careful calculation, he said, It's impossible to use it up. The energy left behind is too large. According to her, if we use the energy to attack with full force, there's an 80% chance that we can pull down a chaotic concept body. How much energy do you think this is? It could only be used to consume energy that could not be stored. That was a headache. He would not be able to find such a large outlet to deal with this energy. Although he could move normally now, it was not a good time to deal with the origin energy. In short, he had to go to the sea of energy to deal with that unlucky trump card that was continuously being consumed. Now, under the control of the source law, the upper limit of the energy sea itself had been increased by a lot. But as the creator of the energy sea, he did not know the exact location of the upper limit. That was already a matter of the primeval realm. But if he wanted to ask Hui and the little girl, it was not reliable either. After all, he was the one who created this thing, and they did not know it as well as he did. It was almost like he had created something that he could control, but was not easy to observe. He could only control the energy sea to close, normal, and energy outburst, without any transition in between. As for other aspects, well, it was useless at most to find the lower limit. The upper limit was not easy to observe and could not be seen. Sigh! There was nothing he could do about it. Things that were beyond the limits of his realm were just like that. Although he could restrain the sea of energy and make all sorts of adjustments to it, it did not mean that he could make a change as he pleased. Oh, right. The upper limit he mentioned was the upper limit that the energy sea's roots could reach under the coverage of the source law. In other words, it was the upper limit of structural strength and levels, and not the limit that it could reach. The former was the upper limit of the roots, the upper limit of the starting line and foundation, while the latter was the upper limit of the entire outcome. After all, the original structure had made it infinite, and the energy could be accumulated for as long as one wanted. If not for the existence of concept-level power, the energy C would have accumulated to the point where it could drown the chaos concept body sooner or later. The changes to the roots involved the energy levels of the energy C and various. To put it bluntly, it was the level of the energy as well as its offensive and destructive power. Yes, apart from the energy C, we also need to change the structure of the world light and the world core. Yun Nuashing clapped her hands and found another place that required energy. First, use this energy to deal with the structure of the world light, and then let it continue to explore. It won't delay things. Speaking of the world light that was causing a ruckus in the energy sea, the little angel was a little curious. By the way, what are those special world light used for? To pack them up. Yun Nuashing turned to look at her. The energy sea cannot be directly dragged to the battlefield. In the end, All the energy has to be stored in the special world light and carried on the body. The little angel was stunned. I thought that you were going to drag the energy, see, to the battlefield. How is that possible? Yun Nuashing pointed at the huge sea of energy below and laughed bitterly. It can't be moved by itself and can only be placed in the observer space. The reason why I used it to create the world light orb was so that I could bring it with me and charge with the army, so that I could use this power at any time. The little angel blinked her golden eyes and looked at him. So, the reason why you keep changing the world orbs is to expand their capacity. They can also help you release energy. She looked at his smiling face and suddenly added, if it's possible, you can strengthen them a second time or something. Yun Nuashing laughed dryly and nodded. Although the energy sea was infinite, the special world light could not reach that level. The higher the level of energy it carried, the higher the structural strength it required. At the same time, its weight would also increase. Conceptually, there was no way to make it infinite for the time being. So what could he do? He could only think of a way to increase the capacity of the special world light and then reduce its weight. Now he was constantly creating and melting it, just to do that. Using her power to reprocess the world lights at the current stage could increase their base level. Although it would affect the degree of their evolution, it was fine since there were not many chances to change the base level. Once it was fixed, it was basically fixed, and any subsequent evolution would have to be dealt with in other aspects. And for things like creations, the base level directly determined the upper limit. That was the problem of structural strength and structural level mentioned just now. What? Lower limit? He did not care about the lower limit. He only wanted to know the upper limit. Ahem, seriously speaking, the lower limit was how it looked like when it was created normally. As for the upper limit, in layman's terms, it would be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times strengthening, adjusting, and so on. It would also take some time to process the energy sea and part of the world light. The time passed very quickly. Unknowingly, it had been 3 days since they returned from the shattered continent of origin. Hui and the others had also recovered from their groggy state. When they came to see Hao Ren, he saw that they were in good condition and were quite energetic. But when they went to the ice field and saw the cube, they were still short of breath, their heart rate was rapid, and their blood pressure was high. If he poked them now, they would probably collapse again. Don't be in such a hurry to faint. There are still many things to do. Yun Nuashing looked at them and pointed behind them. Over there, the endless starry sky and land of the ice field was surging. There was a huge surge of energy that was constantly surging and gathering like a tide, rolling the stars as it flowed past. After some time, those things will be sorted out carefully, which ones can be used and which ones can be directly thrown away to be blown up. Oh, there's still the last batch of garbage that we brought back that has not been dealt with yet. The group of people who had just woken up felt dizzy and fell onto the ice field. After spending some effort to get up, they all looked at him with resentment. Then they put on a resolute expression and walked towards the square, trembling with each step. Sui Feng, wait a minute. Just as he was about to turn around, Yun Nuashing suddenly remembered something. She grabbed the dizzy Sui Feng and said, "Your friends are still fighting in the tower. I don't know them that well. You go and tell them about what happened here." That's it. Sui Feng made no sound. Then he spoke to Maple through his soul. "You can just tell them directly. After all, they are of the same faction. They are still in the tower." Yun Nuashing covered her face with a worried look. "It's mainly because they are beating up my shadow in the tower. I heard that they are about to vomit. I don't even know how to tell them. So, I thought that you would wake up in 2 or 3 days. So, I asked you to wait a few days before informing them. It's not that long anyway." Sui Feng said, I've informed them. They said that they will come after this round of assault." It's a fierce battle." "Fierce?" Yun Nuashing was just about to change the topic when she heard that. She became interested again. "What are they fighting about?" Oh, they are fighting against your pseudo-high-level Yuancher form. I think they will all be wiped out in 2 minutes. Ah, I can hear the roar of the primordial chaos. OF asterisk CK, it's a blast in the skull. Ah, it's so cool. Sui Feng raised his head and exchanged a glance with Brother Feng. Both of them sighed and smiled bitterly. These iron-headed kids, they couldn't even tell whether they were there to train or to be tortured. Yun Nuoxing checked on Siyu, Qing Huang, and the others. Although this period of time was indeed torturous, it seemed that they were progressing at lightning speed. Origin, Heavenly God, and the others had cleared many obstacles for them. Based on the current situation, they might be able to put this matter aside after a while. They still had to wait until they reached the high level of Origin, Heavenly God, before they could continue. There was no need to rush. After saying these things, Yun Nuoxing had just turned around with the little angel when he saw a girl in a light yellow dress jumping in front of them. Big idiot, big sister, where have you been these days? You only came back for 2 days. Are you busy again? Yuan Kong, who was jumping in front of them, was stunned. Suddenly, her expression changed. She grabbed her sister's hand and looked at her from head to toe. Sister, your order has been converted? It's the result of an accident. The little angel rubbed her head and nodded. By the way, you are now. No, it's still a little rushed. Let's prepare for a while. Yuan Kong was stunned. Prepare for what? Of course, it's about the conversion of the order. But don't rush. You can prepare for a while. The little angel knocked on her head and turned to look at her. Little star, help Yuan Kong convert the order over after a while. Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at her smiling face. She thought for a moment and said, Oh, she told you the method? Yes, it's a very safe method. It's much safer than the methods we have deduced in the past. There's no need for emergency preparations. Yes, there's no need for that. That shouldn't be a problem if it's her method. Yun Nuoxing nodded and looked at Yuan Kong. Then you can take your time to prepare. When the two of you say you are ready, I will help you deal with that. Yuan Kong suddenly laughed happily after hearing that. She freed a hand and held his hand. That's great. The next time you go out, I can go out with you. I don't have to hide in the spirit world. Yun Nuoxing and the little angel smiled bitterly. They could already imagine the scene when they went out next time. Speaking of which, this girl is hiding in the spirit world. Is she afraid of being killed when she encounters the origin? Chapter 2048. Node Zero City. Ever since it was used as a firework by the gathering void turbulence, the rebuilt Node Zero had become unfamiliar. The streets had changed. The tower in the center was still there, but the west and east of the city had become a food street. He could not tell whether the original location of the street was in the west or the east of the city. He guessed that the people in charge of the reconstruction did not know either, so they made one street for each of them. At this time, all the shops in the Node City were open, and there were many people coming and going. When it was too busy, there was not even a shadow in the entire Node City. Speaking of which, everyone on the street, be it those who opened shops or chatted and ate, were all beings of the primeval tier. If the entire street was moved to another world, it would definitely cause trouble every few days. It would be regarded as a strange food street where countless big shots lived in seclusion. Those who came to cause trouble would definitely be spilled blood, and those who could walk from one end of the street to the other would be given the title of fearless foodie by the entire street. Well, even though it was lively compared to the last time when everyone was summoned back, there were far fewer people in the Node City. The current situation was that some people were arranged to fight against the abyssal death fog in the domain of order. Some are torturing themselves in the tower, some are breaking through in other places, and the rest were staying in the Node City or the frontline world. The latter needed to be slightly relaxed, so as to avoid being sent back to the spiritual temple for major repairs. The spirit and perseverance of a certain lunatic who endured for 5 eras made us deeply understand the importance of rest. A certain unknown warrior of order had said that sentence, which had spread across the void front line and won the hearts of the people. He felt that it made sense, but for some reason, it sounded a little prickly to his ears. Perhaps it was a misconception. Everyone would take turns for the aforementioned situations. Just like what was said just now, everyone was aware of the importance of rest. Although they had long since become people who did not need to rest or eat and could survive just by spitting at the void, in the face of an event of such intensity that lasted for an eternity, they still had to pick up some of their habits of rest. After everyone's self-adjustment, they shockingly found that the beds for lunatics in the spiritual temple were gradually emptied, and the number of lunatics in the void front lines who were yelling about not being human was sharply reduced. It was truly a cause for celebration, but it felt like their ears were itching. It must be a misconception. I think Lord Feng's influence is the main reason, Jing Yuanji whispered to him, and it's still affecting the void front line. Is it because of me? Is it because of me? Yun Nuoxing stared at the girl, and after seeing her nod, he fell silent for a moment. All right, it might be because of him. After all, he was the one who led the charge, and he must have influenced a lot of people over the years. Didn't he say that there were more and more lunatics in the void front line? There was no distinction between seasons in the void front line. If one stayed for too long without looking at the law of time, one would not know what time it was. Even the sun and moon hanging above their heads were just celestial phenomena simulated by the domain, and that was it. So even if it was daytime, it just looked a little brighter, like a lamp in a huge dark room. As long as one looked a little further away, they would be able to see the void, and then they would be able to see the scene of energy erupting all over the sky, and they would be able to see the abyssal death mist spawns charging around fearlessly or charging head-on. Are you used to it now? How does your soul feel? Jing Yuanji pulled him by the hand and led him slowly. This situation was rare. Never before. His relationship with the girl was a little strange, especially after the incident last time. The girl had been avoiding him, and after a business trip, she suddenly stopped hiding. He did not know what happened in between, but he did not ask if she did not want to talk about it. As for why the two of them were walking around the Node Zero city, it was because he had just finished dealing with the sea of energy and the world light, and he was so tired that his soul and body were twitching as if he had been electrocuted. After looking around, he found that everyone was busy, and the little angel had brought Yuan Kong to deal with the matters of order. So he was ready to go to the Node Zero city alone to relax. After all, he had not fully adapted, and his soul was still calm. But just as he was about to leave, Yuan Ji woke up. She had just finished her work and was about to rest, so they came out together. It's okay. Although it's still calm, it's much better than before. As Yun Nuoxing said, she reached out with her other hand and squeezed it. It will take some time before it's fully processed. If you want to talk about it, I can actually start processing part of the origin energy now. But because I'm worried that I will faint after a few tosses, I haven't done it yet. I'm just in the stage of getting used to it. For now, let's get used to it. Even if it was just a walk to relax, his mind was still filled with a lot of troublesome things. This way of thinking was deeply ingrained. Shuang, who tried to pull him, also said that if she did not keep an eye on Little Star for 2 or 3 minutes, the chances of him being distracted would greatly increase, and there was nothing she could do about it. She was really sorry. Jing Yuanji turned to look at him. You should take a good rest. Everyone in the void frontline has found their old habit of relaxation. If possible, I hope you can pay a little attention to yourself. I'd like to, but this is the only time I can rest for a while. When I get used to it, I still have to deal with that pile of energy. Right now, I've only used a little. Although he wanted to say something about being thrifty, he guessed that he would not be able to make full use of this energy, so he decided not to say it. And my habit of relaxing in the past. What was my habit of relaxing in the past? Oh no, I can't remember. The only thing I can say is that there was a period of time when the realm of the gods was relatively peaceful. Back then, my favorite thing to do was to find a random cloud, condense it with my energy, and lie there for an entire day, drifting here and there with the wind. When I opened my eyes, I might have drifted to another domain. If I was interested, I would look at the city below. If I wasn't, I would sunbathe, and once the sun was done, the sun would shine on my back. Other than that, I don't think there was anything else. Looking back on the past, I realized that I had been busy all this time. Jing Yuanji looked at Lord Feng, whose face was full of emotions, and suddenly reached out to ruffle his long, colorful hair. When she saw him looking at her in shock, she gently smoothed it back. Yun Nuoxing tugged at her hair and looked at Yuan Ji with a slightly strange expression. She felt a little awkward. She had never interacted with this girl before. When did it start? It was after the sudden change last time. So what happened at that time? Actually, Yuan Ji suddenly said in a soft voice, causing him to throw away his thoughts that had drifted to the highest heavens. He turned his head and saw her staring at him. Some memories flashed through his eyes. A long time ago, every time you came back from a battle to rest, I would go and see you. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Actually, I've been paying attention to you since the first time I saw you. Jing Yuanji pulled him forward and said softly, recalling little by little. In this small camp, a big victory had just ended, and the atmosphere was cheerful. Qing Jun was still playing with others, and Hui Darren was cleaning up the scene while issuing orders for the next step of action. We newcomers were led by others to adapt to this camp and the rules here. When we passed by a place, I suddenly noticed you, like a shadow isolated from the world, wandering on the edge of the world. Because you were thinking about something, you carried a heavy weight on your body. There was no joy of a big victory after the war, nor did you relax. You were out of place with the surroundings. Later, after a period of understanding, we found that you never participated in the discussion of the mission, and when you fought, you were nowhere to be seen. When we arrived, we could only see the mess and wreckage you left behind. Every time Master Hui saw this scene, he would feel a headache. He would sigh and carry you back, but he never said anything. Although there were discussions in the team, in the end, no one said anything bad. At most, they felt that you were a strange person. After repeating this several times, at that time I thought, this is really a strange guy. I'd better stay away from him if there's nothing. Yun Nuoxing. That's the most accurate intuition you've had in your life. Although he himself didn't remember why he was lost in thought at that time. Maybe he was thinking about what was happening at that time. But the nature of it was definitely so. Hearing this, he felt that there were some things that needed to be said clearly, so he asked directly, "Then why did you step into the biggest pit in the void later? Shouldn't you avoid it like the plague?" Jing Yuanji shook her hair. "I don't know." She raised her head slightly and thought for a while, but still smiled and shook her head. "After that, I got used to it, just like everyone in the team. Used to you being alone. Used to cleaning up the wreckage after the battle for you. Used to Master Hui not mentioning anything about you, because he didn't seem to know how to mention it. Our most direct impression of you at that time was doing things recklessly, fighting recklessly. The result was frightening, and you had to be recalled. Now that I think about it, it's pretty much the same as now." Yun Nuoxing. This girl actually summed it up very well. This had always been his style of doing things, and it was pretty much the same from the beginning until now. No, it was not recklessly, it was called saving trouble. He was too lazy to beat around the bush. Previously, he had taken advantage of the meeting of the opponents and directly killed the leaders when the leaders gathered. It seemed that he had done it 2 or 3 times. Then when did it start? It probably started when I went to check on your situation after you were recalled. Seeing that you were bruised all over and didn't look like a human anymore, I was worried that you would not be able to walk again. I didn't expect to see you alive and kicking the next day, as if nothing had happened. You still had a worried and heavy expression on your face, and stayed alone in the corner, as if you had been thinking about something. From then on, I would look at you after every battle, purely curious when this person would. The girl paused and turned her head away, unable to finish her sentence. Yun Nuashing guessed what the girl wanted to say. You wanted to see when I would kill myself, right? Jing Yuanji shrunk her neck, muttered, and changed the topic. Actually, I would occasionally carry you back, but you slept like a log, so you probably don't remember it. She raised her head and sighed softly. Unknowingly, many years have passed. Perhaps I thought that it was just an ordinary mission, so I never mentioned it to you. You recovered very quickly, so there was no need to talk about it. So, even though we have always been in the same place, even though we have been in contact, we have never talked. You don't know about this, do you? I really don't know. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and shook his head. The first time I knew that you were paying attention to me was when we were having fun in the void. Perhaps you looked at me for a while, and that made me notice you. It was already the 51st era when we officially came into contact. At that time, I just felt that, it's a little boring. Let's change my state of mind for a change of mood. So I ended my long-term solo operation. That was the first time you called my name, and I clearly never talked to you. So I was happy for a while. Yun Nuashing looked at her happy face and scratched his head. It's because of Hui. There was a time when he mentioned that there was a powerful little girl in our family, but he didn't mention it much, so I didn't have a deep impression of it. It was during that operation in the 51st era that he emphasized it a few times. Since your power is quite interesting, and you are also the main person guarding the divine realm, I paid a little more attention to you. Ahem. So, you haven't told me how you fell into the pit. It's a little weird. Jing Yuanji blinked her eyes when she heard this. Yes, it's too strange. When did it start? Then, the two looked at each other and fell silent. After a moment, they muttered in unison, It's weird. In short, it was a very strange thing. The girl clearly recognized that it was the largest pit in the void, and her instincts told her to turn and leave. But for some reason, she suddenly jumped into the pit. Yes, he did not know, and the girl herself did not understand. Could this be considered a victory of love after being together for a long time, even if the two of them did not talk during that long period of time? So, Yun Nuashing glanced at her, seeing that they were about to return to the observer space. He wanted to continue the conversation. Why did you suddenly get over it? I'm not talking about that day. I'm talking about later. Yeah, why is that? Jing Yuanji tilted her head like he did. She smiled at him and shook her head. I'm not very sure myself. When you were going to other places, one day, She suddenly blushed and lowered her head, unable to say it out loud. Yun Nuashing used 5 seconds to think about it, but in the end, he decided not to ask. In any case, he suddenly thought it through one day. As for how he thought it through, and how many rounds of psychological games there were, he did not know. Yes, he did not know. If he knew the gender, he would have directly turned around. When the two of them returned to the concept space, he was about to clean up the group of light blobs when he suddenly saw Shuang Shuang, Siyu, and Blue Phoenix walking around in the area where the galaxy flowed. Siyu raised the popsicle in her hand and shouted to the ice sculpture girl, Shuang Shuang, can you make something sweet? It's tasteless if you eat it dry. Shuang Shuang held the snowball in her hand and did not know whether to laugh or cry. She shook her head at Siyu and said, It's tasteless in the first place. I didn't put anything in it. If you want to eat something, bring it over. I'll freeze it for you. Siyu took a bite of the popsicle and was about to tease Blue Phoenix when he caught a glimpse of Little Star and Jing Yuanji walking over from the ice field. He immediately exclaimed, Little Star, you guys are back from a heart-to-heart talk. In the next second, Shuang Shuang jumped from Blue Phoenix to him and put the popsicle in her hand in front of him. Do you want a popsicle? Shuang Shuang, help me freeze it. Yun Nuashing thought that it was no different from taking a bite of the popsicle, so he euphemistically expressed that he was not hungry and rejected the girl. He also pressed her head and said to the other 2 girls who were squatting there, You two are tired too. Get up and take a rest. See You and Blue Phoenix nodded. The latter said softly, I'm tired. Get up and take a walk. I'm here to show you the situation of these fragments. Shuang Shuang raised her head and said softly, I'm at my limit. I don't need to go there until I reach the advanced level. I'm here to show you the fragments and deal with the original realm. Yun Nuashing saw See You and Blue Phoenix smile bitterly. See You chewed on the popsicle and muttered, What's with the origin of life? It's too unreasonable. Although he felt that a certain girl with a 5 elements constitution wouldn't say such things. But when he thought about it, there weren't many normal people around him. So he didn't say anything. The area where the river of stars flowed was still a dazzling picture with billions of twinkling stars. Currently, there weren't many things that had taken shape. It would take some time for their things to recover from their shattered state, and the speed was a little slow. However, after a few days, some things had taken shape. The speed at which the energy gathered here seemed to be getting faster and faster. Now, when he walked into this area, he could feel the plates of the 2 galaxies spinning around his head and feet. This movement made him feel that they were gradually becoming irritable. Little star, the things that have been condensed are all here. Shuang Shuang stood up in advance and pulled him to the place where he had just sat down. Blue Phoenix was also squatting there, tidying up a large pile of junk in front of her. There was a cup as small as half a palm, a transparent ball the size of half a palm, a ceramic container, a vase, a colorful tassel, a flower, 2 flowers, 3 flowers, a duck plushie whose purpose was unknown, a book as long as a sword, a wine gourd marked with the words, Used to kill enemies, a blue and pink ice shard that seemed to have been dug out from the ice, and a bare mace with a bunch of holes on it. On it were written words that could not be understood, such as, Haha, I used your weapon for 2 days, and I broke your weapon, I'm a pig, and other words that could not be understood. Finally, when he saw the pots and pans that he had been dreaming of, he was silent. He squatted on the ground with his hands crossed, and his face was filled with black lines. He picked up the big wok that was obviously used for frying rice. After a moment of silence, he turned his head and said, See You, go buy 2 ingredients. Qing Huang, start a fire. I'll cook something. Yuan Ji, go make a pot of tea. The 4 girls didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had finally broken down. After searching for the origin relic for 5 eras, there was finally a day when a big pot fell from the sky and smashed on his head. This result was too touching. Really, they didn't know what to say. However, the complicated expression on his face had already said all the things that they wanted to say. In addition to the above-mentioned things, there were many other things. A very ornate mask with a very noble and gorgeous pattern. It was guaranteed that when worn, it would attract everyone's attention and no one would notice who it was. A variety of masks, a crutch. The handle of the crutch turned into a 2.5-meter-long sword. The crutch became the hilt of the sword. With this thing as a disguise, it was guaranteed that one could go deep into the enemy's rear and kill all the enemies. There were also flutes, Sun's flutes, horns used by some origin deity. Horns. Yun Nuashing suddenly swept away his speechlessness and helplessness just now. He grabbed the big horn and was stunned for a moment. Then he slowly turned it around. When he saw the word souvenir of failure on the other side of the horn, he fell silent again. He covered his face and sighed faintly. Forget it. I didn't expect to find anything. Boom. A huge ball of light suddenly fell and startled them. They all turned around and saw cold air floating on the ice field. Suddenly, there was a huge 7-meter-tall conch on the ground. There was a door in front of it which looked like a house. In fact, if they got closer, they could see 2 big words on the left and right of the door, Conch House for Home and Travel, inedible and ornamental. The top of the door was marked like a horizontal scroll, Don't pick it up, and a huge exclamation mark. Yun Nuashing fell silent again. Shuang Shuang could not help but let out a dry laugh. The daily life of the origin deities is quite rich. Yun Nuashing was silent, nodded, and continued to be silent. Such an outcome was actually within his expectations. After all, everything on the continent of origin had been broken into pieces and scattered. A lot of daily necessities must have been mixed in. Yes, he was already mentally prepared. But when it really became reality and gave him a punch, he could not help but feel a little sad, mainly because he did not know what kind of expression to put on to face a lot of weird things. How should I put it? It was normal for those things to appear in the homes of normal people. But for the heavenly God of origin and the others, it should be normal as well. He already knew that they lived a normal life, just like the front lines of the void where Node Zero had 2 street food stalls. Everyone would go to the front lines with weapons to open up the enemy's brains, and when they retreated from the front lines, they would still be able to cook 2 dishes with a spatula in hand. At night, they would chat with their friends, talk about the past, and greet a bunch of people on the other side. But, never mind, it was normal. The heavenly God of Origin's daily life was no different from theirs. Yes, there was no need to look down on them too much. Were they not living like normal people when they were free? Everyone was the same, and the only difference was that they were a bunch of ink blocks and a bunch of idiots. As he expected, those things were tainted with the Origin deity's presence and the presence of conceptual power that he could not grasp even if he scratched his head. In other words, everything here was a bomb, and it was not impossible for him to open up the chaos concept body's head with that cauldron if he got carried away, since every round of attack was enchanted as well. But if he imagined himself suddenly pulling out a cauldron in the middle of a life and death battle with the chaos concept body, the scene would definitely be awkward. The countless soldiers behind him would probably stiffen at once, while the chaos concept body might become stupid on the spot, and the deadly atmosphere of the battlefield would turn into a kitchen filled with the smell of spices like scallion, ginger, garlic, pepper, and other spices. Cough, let me change the topic. He couldn't use concept-level power, so the effect of using the cauldron wasn't that great. The best way to use it was, as he had said before, which was to throw it into the Staff of Creation and the Staff of Origin so that the attack would be infused with concept-level power and pierce through the chaos concept body. Furthermore, it was a one-time consumable. These things were used to replenish concept-level power, while the 2 staffs were used to release it. As for him, well, he might be partially affected, but the effect wouldn't be too great. Even if he was affected, he was already mentally prepared. After all, he was going to use concept-level power, and he was already prepared for it. Holding the horn, Yun Nuashing thought for a moment before opening the door of the conch house. The interior was a very spacious space, about 40 to 50 meters in length and width. It was clearly a spacious structure with space stretching. If she was lucky, she might be able to find the things that had once existed here. If she was unlucky, then she would have to stay here alone in the future. However, I know. See, you suddenly understood something. She bent down to pick up the things by her feet and ran towards the conch house. Little Star wants to use these things to decorate the house, right? That's easy, watch me. I just as Yun Nuashing turned around with his eyes wide open. So you ran in with a bunch of things like the wind, causing him to be dumbfounded. He scratched his face in a daze and muttered softly, I just want to throw these things that I don't need in there for the time being. Make some space and tidy them up, and leave the things that can be used outside. But Little Star, there are too few things here. There are too few types of furnishings, and it might not be easy to decorate. There are no bookcases, bedside cabinets, beds, tables, chairs, stools, carpets, and the like. But we can assemble a kitchen. Si was talking to herself. She obviously did not hear what Yun Nuashing said. She rushed out like a gust of wind and rushed back in after a while, taking away the horn and cauldron in Yun Nuashing's hands. See if you can get anything else out. I'm busy decorating. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. Forget it. Your happiness is more important than anything else. Shuang, and the other 2 did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 2049. As Hao Rin expected, most of the new creations from the shards were things for daily use. After all, They had lit up the entire continent of origin, so it was quite normal for these things to appear. Just as he expected, as they regarded concept-level power as passive, everything related to them was naturally tainted with the aura of concept-level power. As for the issue of quantity, there was no need to mention it. They could not tell, but it was there. After being slashed by the chaos concept body, Howard could vaguely feel the aura of that power, so he could judge whether it was there or not. However, he could not tell more than that. After all, this thing was not something they could touch at the moment. Now, they were just doing everything they could to use the concept-level power. The scene of the galaxy flowing became a little more violent, and the gathering of energy here became faster. He also felt that the debt number above his head was also increasing at the same time. He watched as the shards and light clusters turned into concrete objects and fell down, and the light in his chest was also bouncing, almost wanting to jump out and fly to somewhere else to take refuge. Forget it. Let's ignore the overdraft. Now, let's take a look at these things. This dazzling array of miscellaneous. Well, there were a lot of things. When a set of furniture appeared, Siyu took it away like the wind. Now he turned to look at the conch house. Well, it was really a different world. The originally empty room that had been regenerated was now decorated with a lot of things in a simple style. However, the large pile of pots and pans at the corner of the door really made him a little. Forget it. Let's not think too much about it. Then he looked at the innermost area, which was separated by a screen and looked like a room. There were 3 or 4 beds that had appeared out of nowhere, and she had put them together to form a big bed that could probably fit 5 or 6 people. Forget it. Let's not think too much about it. Regardless of the conch house, Zhang Tai still wanted to check the other creations. In just a few minutes, there were a lot of miscellaneous items on the ice field, from household items to household items. It seemed that there was nothing else. Zhang Tai wondered if those useful and deadly items had been put in their portable space. Of course, it would be better if they were their own items, such as the Ring of Frost Descending, or something like that. Zhang Tai was not sure if they were the items that Sui Feng and Sui Qing often mentioned. Of course, it would be better if they were their own items, such as the Ring of Frost Descending. But on second thought, if there were really too many creations, they probably would not know how to deal with them. As she said, they could not make good use of the more dangerous things. Now, the Staff of Light Origin and the Staff of Creation were already giving him a headache. If something else popped up, he might have a headache until the next era, and by then he would most likely have to carry them on his back. Now, the expected appearance of 1 person, 2 staffs, and 3 swords was already quite ridiculous. So he hoped that something else would pop up, other creations of origin, such as things that could be directly used in the realm of order, or some methods that could be used to strengthen the defense. Of course, it was not impossible to continue to strengthen the combat strength. Those methods for observation, analysis, and learning might be better than directly putting their creations in front of him. No, he did not mean to dislike it, but the gap was really too big. He could not make good use of those creations of origin. He also wanted to carry 180 staffs of origin and rush over, but no one could use them. Ever since he touched the realm of chaos, he had been thinking about the matter of defense, although it was not something that he should be dealing with. Well, how should he put it? A little worried? With his current understanding of the realm of chaos, he could give an answer with certainty. When the chaos concept body used the true realm of chaos, all the forces gathered in the void front line could not withstand it. It was impossible to withstand it. The last time he met the chaos concept body in AI Hongyun's territory, it had also used the realm of chaos, but it was clearly the forced version. First of all, it had tangled with AI Hongyun for who knows how many years, and was heavily injured when he met it. It was so badly injured that it had to borrow AI Hongyun's body to struggle at death's door to fight him, although it still beat him half to death. Ahem. The chaos concept body was already in a terrible condition, so how powerful could its realm of chaos be? Although it did cause him a lot of trouble, he did not feel the destructive force that could crush the void of order. Moreover, according to his own usage of the realm of chaos and the gap between himself and the god of origin and the others, the error in the middle, and the problem of his current level, the error would be huge. Therefore, he simply multiplied the situation by a few hundred times, and the rough estimate would be the answer he came up with. It was more appropriate to calculate the worst than the best. In the end, none of them could withstand it. Therefore, the matter of defense was a little troublesome if he had to calculate according to the result he came up with, and there was no clue. It would be great if there was that thing. What was it again, the net of order and origin? Well, it was said that apart from forcing the chaos concept body to fight, it also had a suppressive effect on chaos power and their realm. Well, while it was impossible to completely withstand the chaos concept body's realm of chaos with just that thing alone, it would be thicker with one more defensive method. In any case, in his expectation, it was absolutely impossible for one person to withstand the chaos concept body's realm of chaos. Even if he could not strangle Hui to death, he could not do it. It seemed that it was time to think of a way to stack the problem of defense, just like how he kept stacking the power of his attacks. First of all, his mind was blank. Forget it. He would wait until Hui woke up. Hui was an expert in taking hits with his shield, and he, as a charge, would not mess around in other people's realms. Blue Phoenix, Siyu, and Yuanji helped him tidy up the fragments and went back to class after a day. He and Shuang stayed behind to continue tidying up. However, not long after Blue Phoenix and the others left, they heard footsteps. They looked up and saw Hui, Sui Feng, and the others walking over while yawning and rubbing their heads as if they were substitutes. "Yo, Feng, how's the tidying up these few days?" Hui rushed up to him and looked at him for a while. Seeing that he was in good spirits, Hui nodded and said, "You seem to be in good condition." "Just as so. It will take some time before I'm done." Yun Nuashing was fiddling with a pile of junk in front of her when she suddenly turned to look at them. "By the way, have you guys figured out the answer to that question? Is there anything that requires energy?" The sudden question made everyone lose the mood to yawn. They all frowned and assumed their own positions as they pondered over it. I really don't have a clue." Hui scratched his head and looked troubled. "If it's a battle situation, the more energy the better. But if you ask me where I need energy during the preparation phase, I need energy everywhere. It's just that we have to deal with a pile of energy that can't be stored. This is a bit difficult for us, and it needs to be of sufficient value." Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. She opened a jar that looked like it was used to pickle vegetables. Seeing that it was empty, she closed the jar and put it aside. After all, it's the energy she left behind. It's a waste to use it for ordinary purposes. So far, I have dealt with the places where I can use this energy. It will take some time before I can use this energy to deal with other sources of energy. Hui crossed his arms and thought for a while. "Didn't you say that you wanted just the level 2 and 3 energy towers? How's the situation?" "I adjusted it while dealing with the sea of energy." Yun Nuashing shrugged. "There are changes in all aspects, but I'm too lazy to go into details. I'll just talk about the most important thing. The attack power has increased by 7 to 8 times. Everyone. In such a short period of time, what kind of crazy things did this guy do again? I have a new idea for adjusting the level 1 energy towers, but it will take some time. I've just asked Little Greenie to inform everyone not to rush to deal with the special energy towers. After all, we have to let the level 1 energy tower resonate and adjust it. Hui, you're going to go through the level 1 again. This is a rare opportunity. We have to deal with what needs to be dealt with. Anyway, everyone has already undergone the origin baptism. There won't be any problems." Yun Nuashing shrugged. Everyone could not help but smile bitterly. He was never stingy with his attack power. Then, about the adjustment of the realm of order? Xiao Shi walked up to him and reminded him. "About that?" Yun Nuashing frowned and crossed his arms. "I don't have a better idea. the realm of order. Right now, the realm of order on the front line of the void was spread out with the Temple of Origins as its center. With some energy towers as support, when the Fortress of Origins appears, it would definitely use the higher-level Fortress of Origins as its core. But if that was the case, to continue adjusting or strengthening the realm of order, it would mean that he would have to deal with the Fortress of Origins. The Temple of Origins was still manageable, but there was really nothing he could do about the Fortress of Origins. He scratched his head and sighed. That's the situation. I can't do anything about the Fortress of Origins. Domain, a problem related to domains. Sui Feng replied as he crossed his arms in thought. I did mention this to the gods a few days ago. It's definitely impossible to change the core of the Fortress of Origin. We can't do it, but there are other ways to strengthen the Fortress of Origin's domain of order, and it's something we can handle. Sui Feng smiled and looked at the behemoth hanging in the sky. The core of the Fortress of Origin's realm of order is near the top. All the rules, orders, and the marks left by the gods in that hall are all things that support the realm. So, we just have to deal with that hall. But we can't deal with those three things. So, the only thing we can change is, Yun Nuashing understood. The hall is the core energy source, right? Sui Feng smiled and nodded. Then we're back to square one. Brother Feng, you just have to deal with the energy source for the realm. Yun Nuashing nodded and made a heart-stabbing gesture. Then I'll have to make a world that costs me a lot of energy. Everyone was speechless. This guy is playing with his life the moment he opens his mouth. Forget it. There's no way to persuade him. Seeing that he's already thinking, it seems that he already has a good idea. But that doesn't cost much energy. Yun Nuashing suddenly slapped his head and looked at them, bringing the topic back to the original point. Although that thing costs me quite a bit, it doesn't actually require a huge amount of energy as you all think. The main point is the creation of the origin of the world's light, and adjusting it won't take much effort. Is there anything else that can consume energy? Can we only use it to offset the energy required to reforge it? His face was wrinkled like a walnut as he said that, his expression troubled and helpless. It sounds a little wasteful, but it seems that's the only way if there's no other use. Don't be hasty. Little Hour shook her head and said softly, if the energy doesn't evaporate quickly, just let it evaporate. You won't be able to use up all the energy in the short time you have left, will you? Instead of casually dealing with it, it's better to leave it for later. It'll be more useful when you need to deal with the power of origin. Yun Nuashing thought about it and agreed. Unless he used up everything in one go in the remaining half a month, there would still be energy that would evaporate or be lost. Furthermore, he had already planned to use this energy to deal with the power of origin, and it would not be used up in a short time. In that case, there was no difference between casually using it and wasting it. The total amount would decrease little by little, and it would make him a little teary. Forget it, just leave it. Good steel should be used on the edge of a blade, and other energy could be used to deal with other areas. This precious energy would be left for him to break through this hurdle, to assist him in dealing with the power of origin and that origin domain. After he familiarized himself with the power of origin, it would take some effort to adjust his own core structure and soul core, and it would consume a lot of energy. In any case, this matter should be put aside for now. He also needed to think about how to deal with that energy source world that was so costly to him. To change it into a model that could be used to assist his domain, he had to sort out his thoughts. Now he just needed to tidy up the junk that was piling up and think about it as he tidied up. So, did you get anything on your side, Mr. Hui, who's in charge of carrying the shield? Hui, who was tidying up the junk, was startled for a moment when he was suddenly called out. He looked at Maple, who was tidying up the junk with a serious expression, and sighed. Ah, this is the lunatic I know. Then he replied, I definitely got something, but if you want to ask me about the defense against chaos, unfortunately I don't have such a thing. Well, it should be said that we already have that thing. Order itself is against the power of chaos and vice versa. The only problem now is that it's not strong enough. Although it's a fatal problem. Hearing this, everyone sighed helplessly. Oh, this chaos concept body. How many times had they sighed to get rid of this thing that was blocking their way? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes at him. I want to ask you, you're carrying an entire domain against the power of chaos. Maple, if you want to kill me, you don't have to beat around the bush, Yun Nuashing said. Then it's fine. The idea of leaving this matter to the unreliable Lord Guardian was not very reliable. It was better for him to think of a way himself. If Huey's origin domain could be successfully explored, it should be able to hold the order domain for a while longer. However, it was just an idea for now. Whether they could touch the origin domain was still a question. It's a little difficult. Hui continued to smile bitterly at him and shook his head. For the origin domain, we have to at least reach the higher tier of Yuanshi. Then we have to pull the origin energy to at least 80%. Our mastery and familiarity also have to be at the same level before we can start exploring the origin domain. And this is just the minimum requirement. To be honest, exploring the origin domain under such circumstances is not very successful. Yun Nuashing glanced at him and then turned to look at Sui Feng and the others. Seeing that they were nodding vigorously to show that it was true, she could only sigh and put the idea aside for now. It seemed that they could only treat the origin domain as a surprise. If it was discovered before the battle, it would be a happy occasion. If it was not discovered, they would need to have a corresponding way to deal with the situation. In short, they could not bet on the origin domain. The most important thing now was to find a way to deal with this chaos domain that was giving them a headache. They needed to block it, but they also needed to dismantle it. Needless to say, dismantling it was something that he had to do. Blocking it was not easy, so he had to think of a way to quickly dismantle the chaos domain. Boom! There was another heavy sound. Something had just condensed and smashed on the ice sheet. They all turned to look at it. There was a bookshelf on the ice sheet, and strangely, the bookshelf was full. The books squeezed into a pile, just enough to fill the entire bookshelf, leaving no space. Other than those books, there were also various kinds of energy crystals that were probably carriers and recorded a lot of information. It was strange that the bookshelf was full. Looking at the junk on the ground, which was not separated into pieces, one could imagine that the conch house used to be filled with many things. Now that it had condensed again, it was empty inside. Which origin god's book is this? Everyone came forward to take a look at the 3 to 4 meters tall bookshelf. Sui Feng walked forward and picked up a book at random. He looked at the cover and read the title aloud, Self-Cultivation of a Shield, How to be a Good Avant-Garde Who Will Not Be Despised. Everyone was silent for a moment. They all looked at the sweaty guardian. Sui Feng put the book in his hand and said with a sigh, Well, Hui Jun, this is the book of your guardian god. I hope it will be helpful to you. Buffed. Yun Nuashing patted Hui, who was sweating profusely. You really get what you want, don't you think so? I already said that I would definitely hand over the matter of the domain to you. Being beaten up isn't my forte, right? Look at this. Hui sniffed and sighed faintly. He sat on the ice field with the book in his hand and flipped through it. Before he could take a second look, he jumped up with a cry. He covered his head with both hands and looked like he had a splitting headache. No. I just finished the lesson. I can't read it now. We'll talk about it later. Things have to be done step by step. I didn't ask you to do it now. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes at him. She took out a book and flipped through it. There's still time, but I won't stop you if you want to torture yourself. Phew! Speaking of which, if I want to complete and refamiliarize myself with the other origin powers, I need to take a look at these things. My head hurts. The 48 origin powers. There's the power of your guardian god. Do I have to carry the shield too? Hui was stunned when he heard this. His thoughts surged like stormy waves. After a while, he came back to his senses and said, Oh! Maple had already completed that part of the origin energy. other than the power of the God of creation. The other origin energy was normal. It was a situation of a proper inheritance. In other words, he could already. Thinking up to here, he suddenly smiled mischievously. He took out a large shield and placed it next to Maple's feet. He put his arm on Maple's shoulder and said, "Maple, look at this sturdy shield. Do you want to try it out? Oh, you're shield now. You can also be a shield." Hee hee hee. So this matter, Yun Nuashing was speechless. She knew this guy was going to do this. She closed the book and rolled her eyes at him. "I'll be the shield. Then you'll go and break the chaos domain?" This. Hui was instantly embarrassed. He looked at Maple, who was looking at him with a look of disdain, and then looked at the guardian's shield on the ground. After a moment, he put away the shield with a bitter smile. There was no need to weigh this matter. "Forget I said anything. And don't look at me. Go pack your things. I'm just a clown. Please don't mind me." Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and continued to flip through the book in her hand. Although he had completed the other origin powers, it did not mean that he could let go of his current path. He still needed to maximize his attack power. With her power as the lead and the other origin powers as support, he could cast the origin domain. She had already given him a direct reminder. There was no need to say more about what to do. With the other origin powers, it only meant that he had gone further on the path of being able to do more work. Oh my God! She had caught him to torture him. Ahem, that was a diversion. Actually, it opened up another path for him. Inheriting an entire world. He now deeply understood the meaning of that sentence. In the past, apart from the energy of destruction, the other paths revealed by the incomplete energy of origin were actually narrow and winding paths. But after being completed, they had now become a path to the heavens. Although she later said that the original intention of giving him the incomplete energy of origin was to allow him to open up the origin domain. But since he had opened up a path for him, it did not seem right if he did not take it seriously. The other paths that extended might provide him with more ideas. It was just that he was still in the adaptation period. He could not mess with the origin powers for the time being. Let's just leave it for now. Many things had been arranged, and everything was in order. For the time being, there would not be any strange emergencies. This also meant that time would enter a state of rapid flow again. Blinking and closing one's eyes, it would be decades, or even centuries. Unfortunately, it was true that time was passing very quickly, and so was their vigor during the long period of time. Moreover, because of the repeated torment, the passage of time felt extraordinarily long. Well, they had already gotten used to it. It was just that time. The Void Frontline's perception of the passage of time was once again frozen. It had been like this since half an era ago when the high-tier premier of the underworld left. Busy and restless, the passage of time would not stop and wait for anyone. It was during this period that the Void Frontline experienced a series of violent changes that broke the rigidity brought about by the passage of time. However, as the huge rippling boulders gradually stabilized in the river, everything would return to normal. A new situation, a new peace. When their perception of time was once again numb, they seemed to feel that someone was fiddling with the sea of time, making it unwittingly flow faster, and then quietly robbing their time. So, how many years had passed now? She flipped through the little notebook to check the time. Oh, she did not use the notebook now. She had gotten a colorful energy crystal from the big idiot last time. It was said that it could record infinite things. As long as she was not afraid of fainting while reading, she could write without worry. She was now using the crystal. After flipping through her memories for a few minutes, she looked at the time points one by one and let out a long, 200 years. It's been 100 years since I successfully converted order. 200 years passed in a blink of an eye. In these years, the Void Frontline had many more primeval order warriors and a considerable number of mid-tier order warriors. However, there was still no high-tier primeval born. It still needed time. A mere 200 years would not be enough to find a high-tier primeval. It was too hasty to think about it now. The changes brought about by the appearance of the source rules were still affecting the Void frontline, and the Void frontline would not be peaceful. To stabilize this stage, well, she thought, at least wait until the Guardian and the others were done with their seals and breakthroughs. After all, among the primeval realms mentioned just now, many of them were able to quickly ascend to the primeval realm because their seals had been removed and the restrictions on ascending to the primeval realm had disappeared. This was a long-lasting effect. She stood up at the entrance of the Sanctum of Origins and looked at the Sanctum of Origins in a daze. A few minutes later, she suddenly thought of something and showed a joyful smile. She hurriedly rushed towards the observer space. The observer space was a densely built area above the sea of energy. Here, there were special models for the creation space or the Sanctum of Origins. Speaking of time, she remembered that it was also a rather important thing. The big idiot and the others had been busy with the origin energy and the creation of the origin in recent years. They were so busy that they were swamped. That busy man had given her many more tasks. She was sure that even if this rather important task was completed, the big idiot would not remember it for a while. Along the way, she saw many Order warriors who had been holed up in the creation space and the dedicated Sanctum of Origins. She also felt that it was a miracle that these logistical Order warriors could stay here and rarely move around. When she occasionally walked around, she could feel that everyone was happily talking about the creation. Well, it was really unimaginable. Speaking of which, many of them had hairlines that were very dangerous. Just as Yuan Kong arrived, the logistical Order warriors who were idling and relaxing became excited and greeted her warmly. Lord Feng's sister-in-law is here again. Here to patrol or to take a stroll. Looking for Lord Feng again. I'm still being ignored? Yuan Kong replied, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She then hurriedly grabbed the person who was guarding the place. The energy source that the big idiot wanted should have been completed these few days, right? The person who was grabbed paused for a moment before inhaling sharply. Damn it, I almost forgot about that. He promptly yelled at everyone in the area. Guys, hurry up and pack up the energy source and bring it out. The Order warrior in charge of guarding the area saw Yuan Kong's stunned expression and hurriedly explained, It's like this. After we dealt with the space of creation last time, we also dealt with the Temple of Origins that is used exclusively for energy sources, so that it can work on its own without anyone watching over it. We only need to guard the space of creation. It's a pity that we couldn't shorten the creation time. Ahem. Maybe because of this reason, the creation time is a little too long, so we accidentally forgot about it. Thank goodness you remembered this, or else we would have to wait a while before remembering it. Next time, you'll have to make something to remind us. But the time is just right. There's a gap between the date when the dedicated Sanctum of Origins was created. The time when they were forgotten is just enough for them to be brought out. It's already packed up. An Order warrior ran over and hurriedly threw a world orb to Yuan Kong, who nodded after receiving it and giving it to her. Yeah, it's the same time as I thought. Hee. Take it and give it to Lord Feng. It's a good chance to look for him. You're usually a little gloomy. You don't want to disturb Lord Feng, right? Yuan Kong, who did not know whether to laugh or cry, quickly put on a serious face and shook her head. I'm not. It's nothing. Go do your thing. Watching as Yuan Kong turned and walked towards the concept space, everyone gathered and could not help but sigh. Lord Feng, busy with his career and neglecting his sister-in-law. That girl, it's okay to be coquettish with Lord Feng. Although Lord Feng is busy, he probably won't mind. Yeah, he won't mind. Yuan Kong, who had yet to leave, heard those words, and her pretty face blushed as she hurriedly ran away. She had enough of hearing those words every time she came here. Chapter 2050. The current time, it was the 56th era in the Yuan realm's calendar. It had only been 30 years since the last time he closed his eyes. Looking at the time in the Yuan realm when he opened his eyes seemed like a lunatic, but judging from how insensitive they were to time, It was as if half an era had passed in the blink of an eye. He had to check what time it was first. Exhaling slightly, he closed and opened his eyes a few times before lowering his head and raising his hands. Countless energy, threads of varying thickness, spread out from his body like streams of light. Colorful energy particles circled around him. 2 pairs of azure wings swayed gently under the surging energy. The streams of light that floated out from the azure wings were like ribbons, and the energy particles that flowed out were more than the ones on his body. First of all, this was not a large moth. Definitely not. At most, it was a large light source. This was the 30th year of maintaining the law, order, and energy form. Ah, the sea of energy. Fortunately, he had dealt with its structural source beforehand and allowed it to undergo more than 100 years of transformation. Otherwise, it would not have been able to withstand his torment. It was not that he had nothing to do but maintain this form. Everything was necessary. In an empty space in the ice field, there was only surging energy spiraling around. The energy of the entire ice field would flow through here, ending one cycle, and then rush to the next cycle. A little distance behind him, he could see a huge ice lotus spewing out a faint, icy blue energy beam towards the sky, and the spiraling cold air was surging in all directions. There were 3 balls of light floating in front of him. The chains of order were suspended in the air and wrapped around their surface, making them look like octopuses. Apart from the balls of light themselves, there was something more on their surface compared to the first time he saw them. The red and black energy was used to inscribe divine runes on the surface of the balls of light and the chains of order. Oh, right. Finally, the divine runes were coated with a layer of colorful edges using mixed origin energy. He was messing around with the staff of origin and the staff of creation, but this time he was not trying to increase their attack power. Their attack power was already enough, and engraving something on them was so that he could use them better when the time came. In other words, it was to coordinate the relationship between them and himself. If he could handle it well, he might be able to catch his breath for a while after using them with all his might. After that, he would be able to charge forward again, which was much better than the previous situation where he was left with nothing after being blasted away by the cannon. 30 years. I still need some time. I still need. He breathed a long sigh. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He rubbed his eyes and blinked a few times before sighing again. He had been continuously bursting out rule, order, energy form for 30 years. Even if the sea of energy could hold on, he would not be able to hold on any longer. Now, the only feeling he had now was wanting to die. It was just like how he gritted his teeth and rolled his eyes even after he had reached his limit. In fact, if someone were to come and slap him from the back, he would fall. Now he was still standing there without falling. It was just his last bit of stubbornness. Fortunately, he was not required to fight in this state for 30 years. That he could not do it. He used all his strength to clench his fists. He let out a long sigh and slowly crossed his arms. Then he closed his eyes and muttered to himself, "Just hold on a little longer. I'm almost done. I just need a little more time." Just as he was about to calm down a little and let half of his consciousness and soul connect with the source environment to reduce the burden on his body, he suddenly heard a loud shout. The shout was accompanied by a sharp, whistling sound of an object piercing through the air. He was stunned for a moment. "Big idiot!" Yun Nuashing suddenly opened his eyes and turned around with difficulty. When he looked up, he saw a girl in a yellow dress flying towards him happily. His face turned pale. "Don't! Slow down! Slow down! Stop! Puff!" He did not even have time to react to adjust his energy and get into a horse stance. After a muffled sound, Yun Nuashing felt as if he had been hit by a meteorite. The energy that exploded from his body made all kinds of strange echoes. The sky appeared in his vision in the next second. Then he fell onto the ice with a thud and was pushed more than 10 meters away. He took one last look at the clear blue sky reflected by the ice crystals and turned his head away with a peaceful expression. "Big idiot! I came to find you. Wah, big idiot, what's wrong with you? Wake up quickly. Hey, you'll catch a cold if you sleep in such a cold weather. Your big idiot is already cold. Stop shouting and quickly bury him. Maybe next winter we'll be able to grow a few ice sculptures on the ice field. After a while, he lay on the ice covered by energy and rested his head on the source's thigh. When he opened his eyes, he could see the girl's blushing face. He saw her twitching her mouth and looking to the side. I really didn't do it on purpose. The lass pressed her hands on his head and imitated her sister's method of using soul resonance to share some of the unpleasant things that were entangling him. However, his already heavy soul was being tormented by himself, and he had just been sent flying 20 to 30 meters away. Right now, he could already feel all sorts of unpleasant sensations coming from all over his body. He was about to split open and shatter. Even if someone came to share his burden, it wouldn't be enough to help him withstand it. I really didn't know. Oh, you didn't tell me in advance that you were going to deal with such a big matter. Are you feeling better? Yun Nuashing thought for a while and raised his head to look at the 3 creation cores that had been forcefully terminated but maintained their progress. He heaved a sigh of relief and was about to get up when his head tilted to the side again. His face was ashen and serene, and his whole body trembled. I'm sure I can't. Don't force yourself. If you can't, just lie down for a while. Yuan Kong mumbled and poked his cheeks. She looked around and then looked at his dim soul. Rule, order, energy form had been forcibly removed by her. Now, she could only see his translucent body. His soul was also weak. Where's my sister? Yuan Kong asked. He tried to turn his eyes and found that he couldn't see the specific place. Then he said directly, She's with Shuang Shuang at that ice lotus. I don't know what she's doing. Oh, you didn't tell my sister that you were going to deal with such a big matter? If I didn't come to you today, would you have turned into a ball silently again? Yuan Kong poked his cheeks hard. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard her words that were mixed with concern and complaint. I didn't expect it to take so long. Plus, she and Shuang Shuang are busy. Green Phoenix and CU are also busy. Everyone is busy. Hey, you think I don't know you? First, you don't want to trouble others. Second, you're stubborn. It's been 30 years. I don't believe that you can't find a chance to ask someone for help. Yun Nuashing was silent for a minute. He pondered for a while and felt that there was nothing to refute. Then he admitted his guilt. It seems that there's nothing to say. Then, can I explain that I'm stupid? Yes, after all, when you were busy with the creation of Origin, your intelligence was not as high as half as usual. Plus, you were tired physically and mentally, and your spirit and soul were weak. After a series of situations, you may not even have a quarter of your intelligence. Yun Nuashing. Ahem, so, why did you come to see me today? He coughed and looked up at Yuan Kong, who was pinching his face seriously. Is there something? Or are you just here to chat with me? Both. Yuan Kong flicked his nose. I knew that you were busy with Origin. You're not very bright and forgot some things. Originally, he wanted to tease this big idiot a little, but seeing his doubtful and pale face, he gave up on this idea. From his bosom, he took out the world light that he had just put away and placed it in his hand. It's been 200 years, big idiot. The thing you want is already prepared. Just a moment ago, he was still trembling. When he looked at the world orb in his hand, his eyes immediately lit up. Then he continued to lie down. He really couldn't jump up. No matter how excited he was, he couldn't jump up. At least, he wouldn't be able to jump up for a day or two. The energy source. Yes, it's time. I really don't remember. I know, so I sent it to you. Yuan Kong smiled smugly and picked him up. You're going to deal with other things, right? Leave these 3 for now. I'll take you wherever you want to go. Actually, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly, but this girl had already ignored him and was leading him forward. He could only sigh helplessly. Then, Bring me to the sea of energy first. The first batch of energy sources. Well, according to the most specific time, the first batch would only be considered complete after the completion of the normal shrines of origins. In fact, most of the energy sources, excluding the shrines of origins that could not be used, were the dedicated shrines of origins. That batch of energy sources that numbered in the tens of thousands could be used for many things: replenish the sea of energy, act as the core of the fortress of origins, and store the rest after it's used up. Well, forget it after some thought. The first batch of energy sources would be used for consumption, while the rest could be stored for preparation. He did not forget what he had said before. When the day came that they really charged into the underworld, he would definitely change the cores of every energy tower to energy sources. Throwing hundreds of energy sources into the sea of energy, he glanced at the world radiance floating within, his gaze flashing as he muttered to himself. It seems that the world core of these special world radiance could be combined with the energy sources, increasing the capacity and energy output. If that's the case, a single batch of energy sources wouldn't be enough. The current energy sources could be readjusted since there are changes to the origin energy. Still, that could wait for some time. It's just the beginning for me to complete and refamiliarize myself with the origin energy, and I still need time. Yuan Kong couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart as he listened to Run Baqian's mutterings. This guy could really add a few more tasks to his to-do list at any given moment. There was a puzzled voice amidst the sound of the portal opening and closing. Hui and Sui Feng had just emerged from the portal when they saw a girl standing before them. "Why are you here today? Are you looking for your brother-in-law?" Yuan Kong helplessly turned around and lifted the person in her arms. "The big idiot is here." Hui and Sui Feng were stunned when they saw the half-dead look on Yun Nuoxing's face. The latter calmly raised her hand and greeted them. "Morning." "Morning, my ass." Hui rushed to the front of the observer, who had silently turned translucent. He looked at her for a while, and his face suddenly wrinkled. "I haven't seen you for a while, and you've turned into this again. Can't you be less worried? Can't you be less worried? Can't you be less worried?" Yun Nuoxing thought for a while and answered confidently, "No." Yuan Kong then smacked her on the head. "Ugh, you can't stop me from being worried," Yun Nuoxing mumbled as she covered her head. She turned to Hui and the others. "Why are you here?" "I know you're busy, so I'll come here every once in a while to check on the situation in the sea of energy," Hui said, crossing his arms and looking at Yun Nuoxing seriously. "But I think you should be the one I visit every once in a while, and not these things. I've decided, to prevent a certain silly girl from accidentally turning into a ball of light, I'll have to find someone to wake you up every once in a while. By the way, there are already 3 votes in favor, and if nothing unexpected happens, the remaining dozen votes won't be needed." Yuan Kong and Sui Feng nodded vigorously. Yun Nuoxing said, "Well, Yuan Kong, take me to the Fort of Origins. Sui Feng, can I leave the Fort of Origins territory to you?" He simply avoided the topic. But when they heard what he said, they also ignored the question just now. Sui Feng thought for a while, glancing at the sea of energy that was 100 times more turbulent than usual, and then at Maple, who was in deep thought. He suddenly thought of something. It's time for the energy source, isn't it? You're ready? Originally, it was prepared, but now it has become a preliminary confirmation. Yun Nuoxing nodded lightly. Sui Feng was startled. "What do you mean? What do you mean it's a preliminary confirmation?" "It means that the big idiot has decided to make changes at the last minute, but it'll take some time." Yuan Kong shrugged. "But we'll arrange something up and see how it goes. Isn't that what you mean, big idiot?" Yun Nuoxing smiled and nodded gently, leaving Elder Hui speechless. This was also his traditional skill. He would temporarily feel that he could still mention it, and then he would not act like a person and reject the plan. The first level of the energy tower was born this way. The four of them teleported from the observer space to the fortress of origin. After more than 100 years of hard work, the colossal object had now completely recovered. The divine runes of origin carved all over its surface had all faded away, leaving only the huge mark at the top that was still flickering with light. The 2 circles of pillars and 2 circles of energy orbs that surrounded the fortress of origin were constantly spewing out energy, making the energy in this space more active than usual. However, he didn't forget how it looked like a reincarnated hungry ghost in the beginning. It was so powerful that it could swallow mountains and rivers, almost draining his sea of energy in a single breath. That was a psychological trauma. The fully recovered Fort of Origins had a portal at its entrance. Suifeng found the right spot and led them through the portal to the hall at the top of the Fort of Origins. Here it is. The hall was a completely transparent space. Looking up, they could see the patterns of origin that were as wide as a canopy, as well as the eye-catching circle of energy orbs around it. Looking down, they could see that the Fort of Origins seemed to have turned into a land that extended endlessly in all directions, its length so wide that it blocked their view of the sea of energy. The transparent space was engraved with many patterns. They seemed to be the origin divine runes. Only when energy flowed through them would they be clearly visible. They were densely engraved all over the space and the ground. He could barely see the whole thing. Oh, it looked like a picture scroll, but it was a pity that they could not understand what it was. There are so many things in this place. We couldn't help but mutter. He tried to touch those patterns, but he only grabbed empty air with his long hands. He couldn't even really touch the flowing light that passed by. He looked around and saw the divine runes of origin that extended endlessly into the distance, thousands of miles away. Once again, he deeply felt the madness of the heavenly God of Origin's creations. Every time he saw the innumerable things in the Fort of Origins, he had a very strange feeling. He always felt that when they made those things, they would first draw a circle or a square, and then stuff the circle with everything they had, squeezing and squeezing until they could not fit anymore. It was that feeling, and the most direct manifestation was that they left clear traces everywhere in the Fort of Origins. They really did not miss a single corner. He might have put it too simply. He should be stuffing the space until it was completely full, then drawing a circle, stacking it on top of another layer, and continuing to stuff it in. This cycle repeated dozens of times, and only stopped when he was satisfied. As for why he had such a feeling, he had just seen with his own eyes how the space before him was torn apart by the fiery wind hand, revealing the dense layers of space beneath. There were so many divine runes in front of his eyes that it looked like scribbles. It would be strange if he did not have such a thought. Suifeng was very calm. He was already used to this situation. Well, actually, what you see are all the arrangements that the gods left on the surface. In Brother Maple's words, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 layers of strengthening. Hui was speechless. Everyone in the origin system was insane. It was true, but that was the only way to unleash the full power of a creation. A standard creation with an origin system alone was not enough. After going up against chaos, he deeply understood this truth, but that did not stop him from thinking that the origin system was insane. Suifeng dug at the space in front of him for a while and pushed them all away. We watched as he repeatedly dug through more than a dozen layers of space. His face began to tremble. After digging through the 20th or 18th layer of space, he finally saw no more space behind him. Instead, a huge colorful sphere made of intertwined chains of order suddenly appeared in his sight. The densely packed holes on its surface looked a little disgusting. Phew, this is it. Suifeng let out a long sigh of relief. He reached out his hand and knocked on the 1,000-meter-long ball. The ball cracked open, revealing an empty space inside. Inside, there were layers of chain balls. Hui looked like he was about to collapse. Is there an end to this? Well, this. Suifeng forced a smile. As a mature member of the Origin School, you need to calm down. Yun Nuashing looked serious, as she stood up with Yuankong's help. She took out a colorful, transparent sphere from her chest and stuffed an energy source into it. She adjusted it for a while with the power of origin and order. She then put it in her hand and looked at it for a few seconds. She then nodded gently and handed it to Sui Feng. Well, just throw it in. It will grow on its own. In the time it took to take these 2 steps, he instantly went limp, with a serene expression on his face as if he was about to vomit out his soul. Yuan Kong hurriedly caught him and tried to resuscitate him. Hui also hurriedly took out a large shield and used it as a bed board to press him onto it. After circulating all the energies, they finally managed to resuscitate the former, who was about to pass away. Yun Nuashing slowly woke up. She looked confused and lost. I saw the Origin School building a nest for me. My instincts told me that the place was prepared for me. Yuan Kong and Hui did not know whether to laugh or cry. Was she almost summoned back to the Origin School? What's the situation? The 3 of them turned to look at Sui Feng, who was standing at the entrance of the fissure. He had already thrown the energy source world into the fissure. At this moment, the interior of the fissure was filled with an enlarged world of light. The vast energy from within was surging. Just from this, they could tell that this energy source world was of a higher level than the one in the core of Fortress of Origin. However, there was no movement in the surroundings, which made them feel a little puzzled. Hiss! This might be troublesome. Sui Feng frowned and scratched his head. He did not see what was supposed to happen. He then knocked on the shell made of chains in front of him a few times. It might really be troublesome. It's not easy. What do you mean? Is there a problem? Hui stood up and looked at the shining sphere with him. Is it because the energy output is not enough to open the domain? Sui Feng thought for a moment and shook his head. Yes, the energy level is not high enough. The domain can't even open. Hui face-bombed at that. It was not an issue of energy capacity or energy output, but the most fatal problem was the energy level. But it's not a problem to stuff it in the core of the Fort of Origin. This seems to be of a higher level. It's not a problem under normal circumstances. I'm talking about those in the Fort of Origin and those. Ahem. To put it simply, the other cores of the Fort of Origin, including its own core, are only affected by the energy cycle. But the Fortress of Origin's domain is different. Its energy core is special. Oh, right. Last time my teacher and the others told me about this. I was already prepared for it, but I thought that the toy that Brother Maple created should work, but... That's right, Sui Feng said, but the Fortress of Origin's domain is different. Its energy core is unique, so it's still a little lacking. Hui Jun understood and frowned. Then what should we do? If we can't even open the domain without the Fort of Origin's domain, dealing with the chaos concept body would probably be, it's about half of your defense. Maybe 3/5. Sui Feng smacked his forehead with a bitter smile. Of all the things we have now, the Fort of Origin's domain is definitely the strongest. With it supporting the domain, we can rack our brains and come up with a bunch of hypotheses that aren't too far-fetched and barely achievable. But now, the core of the Fort of Origin can't support the domain, so we'll just have to play with a hammer. Hui Jun grimaced, scratching his head and sucking in a breath of cold air. He could not help but turn to Feng, who was shaking his head and looking like he was about to faint at any moment. That Feng, Yun Nuashing, on the other hand, had already finished listening to their conversation. At this moment, he opened his eyes and looked at them. He yawned and said, the problem of the energy level. Give me some more time. Sui Feng was startled. Brother Feng, you have a solution? Oh, I have an idea. Yun Nuashing nodded and turned to look at the inner space of the core, staring at the energy source world. Her eyes flashed as she became more spirited. 2 minutes before you came, I already had the idea of rearranging the energy source and the energy source world. Just like what Yuan Kong had just said, but I still need some time. I have to deal with the origin energy before I can do it. He lowered his head and pondered for a while before nodding. Give me a few million years. Hui Jun's face twitched, and he turned to Sui Feng. Didn't you ask your teacher for the method to create that special core? Sui Feng remained silent for a while before mumbling. It's useless even if I asked for it. I actually already got it, but it's useless. We can't use it. Hui Jun shuddered. Concept level power? Yes. Although the domain and the core itself do not contain concept level power, it is necessary to create them. Sui Feng nodded and continued to mumble. Just like when Brother Feng was messing around with the source law, the creation itself does not contain concept level power, but the creation process cannot be avoided. I also asked for a lot of creation methods that we've used before and mentioned to you before, but it's more or less the same. Sui Feng covered half of his face and smiled bitterly. I tried so hard to stuff things into my head, and when my teacher told me about it, I was dumbfounded. There's no other way. We have to abandon the original method and find another way. I really thought that Brother Feng's energy source world was good enough, but I didn't expect that we would have to do everything we can to deal with this big guy. Yun Nuoxing listened calmly before sighing and repeating her words. That's a power that doesn't match us well. It's still too far away for us to reach, so we can only use it as a supplementary power in times of emergency and not as our main power. How ironic! After listening to him, Hui and the other two fell silent. They covered their faces and laughed bitterly. Yes, it's ironic. Even if it's a power that doesn't match, even if they can't use it as the main path, they have no choice but to pursue this part of the power. Because without this part of the power, this battle can't continue. The more ironic the situation was, the more difficult it would be for them to face. Chapter 2051. The problem of insufficient hardware level seemed to have brought him back to several eras ago. At that time, he had also experienced something similar. However, he did not want to talk about the past because that incident did not have a good ending. After that, it was quite big. Those whose level was not high enough were not allowed to enter, so they forced their way in. He and Hui did it together. Actually, this matter was a bit difficult for him. After all, he was only in the origin realm. The energy level that was directly linked to his realm was also blocked because of the obstruction of the realm. His current energy level was only raised after many inhumane beatings. That was really... Forget it. The past was quite painful. It was as painful as being stabbed with iron when it was mentioned. If he thought too much about it, he would have nightmares. Now that the origin energy had been replenished, the previous 90% limit was gone. However, in its place, his soul had to endure more and more lethal pressure. As an energy life form, the essence of its essence was stuffed into the soul, which was why the soul was much stronger than other life forms. After all, there were many things stuffed into the soul, and if he did not raise the foundation in every aspect, he would be crushed to death. Now he had to adjust his soul as if his life depended on it, and return it to its previous state where it was not restrained. Well, back to the original topic. Although the limit of the origin energy was gone, this matter was still difficult for him. He had to cross the distance of several major primordial realms to catch up to the primeval and high-level primeval. Even a lunatic like him felt that the mountain was huge. Thinking about what he had to deal with later gave him a headache and numbed his neck and body. Sigh, but he still had to do it. Whether it was to deal with the fortress of origin or the two staffs, the higher the level of the origin energy, the better. That's right. It was so difficult to make Chu Yuan's energy level jump from the standard 80% to the standard 90%. He casually mentioned that tens of millions of years might not be enough. It was so difficult. Could he knock himself out? Forget it. He still had to take one step at a time. There was no need to be anxious. As for time, tens of millions of years, 100 million years, it would pass in the blink of an eye. It was always a long time. In fact, it should be about time to deal with the things at hand, such as the slowly evaporating energy. Damn, he had to hurry back to deal with the 3 balls. After he was done, there were still many things to do. Time flew by quickly under the immersive state. A year and a half passed by in the blink of an eye. It was like a small drop of water that could not cause any changes. The sea of time surged, the void surged, and everything in the void was operating slowly according to their own rules, changing little by little. No one was in a hurry, but there were always some who were so impatient that they wished they could fly. The void front line was also repeating the same scene. Every day, the scene of constant fighting was repeated. Changing people, pouring energy, and resting were all rotating according to this pattern. It was dry and boring. In recent years, even the underworld did not intend to waste time playing with them. Even the number of fledglings was decreasing. The only thing left of the primordial realm was that bunch of brainless derivatives that were pushed around by the void frontline. After one batch died, another batch would take their place. They never knew fatigue and were endless. The void frontline did not even want to take out a single one of the derivatives to fight. They fought until they were bored to death. Every day, they would push these silly creatures back and forth, and it was the same. In the observer space, after the commotion over there had completely calmed down. Oh, who knew how busy Lord Fong and the others were? The last time he went there was 300 or 400 years ago. Furthermore, it was rare for him to go there to check on the situation, and he saw that Lord Fong and the others were so busy that their scalps were numb. Seeing that Lord Fong was only a transparent shadow that was still tormenting himself, he did not want to stay there and disturb them, so he slipped out. The Order Void had also settled down in recent years. That time Lord Fong, Lord Hui, and the others made a trip to the Order Void and settled the matter there. However, it caused the chaos to continue for a period of time. After a long period of chaos, the Order Void slowly calmed down. These few years, it was finally completely peaceful. It should be that young world lord from the sky mystic world who had settled the matter. These days, he could still see her constantly sending things here. There were world light, orbs, and people. It felt like a new recruit who came to report to the Order Void with betting and betting. After a period of time, she would officially return to the front lines of the Order Void after settling the matters there. Speaking of which, he did not know if it was because the Order Void had settled down. But during this period of time, more and more people came from the Order Void to the Observer Space's front lines. In the past, there was no one. In the past, there would only be a small portion of people who would not see a single person for 3 to 5 years. When they came, they were easily scared away. If this was really the reason, then it was possible that the battle between the 3 factions had attracted a large number of people. Now that the battlefield had collapsed, those who were still looking for things to do in the Observer Space's front lines came to the Observer Space's front lines. Oh, he did not know if he should be happy or sad. Back then, he had already experienced a group of people using the Observer Space's front lines as a public toilet. Now that there were people coming again, he really did not know. Who? Let's just observe for a while. Most of the people who came are still passable. They seem to be people who participated in the battle between the 3 factions back then. The youth who was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts scratched his head and said to I Ching, after the realm lord of the sky mystic world sorted out the matters in the Order Void, he used his influence to recruit people from the Order Void. After a few rounds of screening, he sent the qualified people here. Let me see. Oh, that is indeed the case. Brother I Ching, most of the people who came here were recommended by the Sky Mystic World or personally sent here by the Sky Mystic World. That's fine. I Ching smiled bitterly and scratched his head. It was a good thing to have more people. He was talking about more reliable people. Forget about those who were slacking off. Although in the Observer Space's front lines, outsiders would simply run away and not dry their nets. Why should he care about that? If there are no other changes, then I will deal with it according to the original situation. Tang Yen looked at the report for a while and said to I Ching, who was wrapping his arms around himself and pondering. I Ching pondered for a while, sighed, and waved his hand. There is nothing to change. Go. Deal with it according to the original situation. Like I said, We can't hold back those who want to leave. No, wait, let's wait for a while. Let's count the recruits separately and judge if they can become warriors of order according to the normal situation. After all, many of our standards have been completely pulled out of the standard. If we casually give this part of energy to some unreliable people, it will cause a big problem. We need to control it well. We don't have the energy to deal with the matters in the order void again. Tang Yin smiled. All right, then, I'll take my leave. I Ching smiled bitterly as he watched the youth jump down from the tower. He turned and walked into the portal of the tower and left this place. Today's daily report is done. Let's go to other places to check out the situation. Well, that was what he thought at first, but just as he left the tower, his footsteps suddenly stiffened. He subconsciously pressed his hands up and down his body, his face abruptly breaking out in tons of sweat. His entire person instantly froze. The sudden feeling was like snow melting and a flood surging to the sky. He couldn't think of anything else. In short, his situation, that commotion. Holy crap, the seal's time is suddenly up. It's only been a few thousand years. How could it? Right, a few thousand years. Originally, after Lord Feng messed around with the source laws, the remaining half of the seal's time was almost gone. Moreover, the origin energy kept spinning and spinning to grind down the seal's time. Now that it was undone, it was just the right time to undo it. Still, it was not easy to deal with the timing. When Lord Feng and the others were all busy, he suddenly reached the time limit. Left with no choice, he could only brace himself and ask about the situation. Lord Feng, is Lord Feng free? I Ching didn't know whether to laugh or cry as there was no response from the soul message. Lord Feng seemed to be extremely busy. Just as he was about to give up and pick up the bits and pieces to break through, a voice suddenly sounded from the soul message. Little Ching, right? Counting the time, I think it's about time you came to find me. Lord Feng's sudden words startled I Ching. About time refers to Lord Green, and the others had broken through a few years ago because the time limit was up. I think it's about time for you. Yun Nuashing breathed a long sigh of relief and said softly, Go and break through. I'll take care of things on the front lines, don't worry. I Ching scratched his head and said cautiously, If you're still busy, I can help take care of things. Well, I'm not in a hurry here. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. Go and break through. I'm busy, but it won't affect too much. I don't need to find a place to dig a hole to hide in. Besides, there's nothing happening on the void front lines at the moment. Go and do it. Well, I'll be out as soon as I'm done. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and stared blankly for 5 seconds as little Qing's image in the soul message hurriedly turned and disappeared. Then she let out a long yawn and turned to look at the icy plains in silence for a while. Then she turned to look at the 3 balls in front of her. The 3 balls had become strange, with dozens of layers of origin runes covering their surface and slowly rotating along with the chains suspended over their surface. It looked as if the chains were the dividing line, with layers of origin runes covering the inside and outside of the shells. She let out a long yawn and finished inscribing the last of the multicolored divine runes on the 3 balls, announcing the end of thousands of years of work. Then, with a whoosh, she flung her arms and lay down on the icy plains, the energy radiance over her body dissipating at once. Her translucent body was instantly so transparent that it was about to vanish, and there were even specks of multicolored particles floating within her transparent body, giving her a mysterious and hazy feeling. Then the concept class power that the Staff of Creation and the Staff of Origin could unleash when they are activated, including those consumables. Even if they could unleash some concept class power directly, it would not be enough in the end and would never reach the level of a chaos concept body. Let's hope that the setup that took thousands of years can really unleash that power smoothly. Should I try it? As he muttered, he raised his hand and looked at his transparent body. After a moment of silence, he sighed in distress. Forget it. If he continued to struggle in this situation, he would really be tossing himself into the sanctum of creation. Moreover, the consumables would be used in small portions, and he did not even know if those things were enough. Better not to experiment and leave everything to the guidance of the void and the origin. After all, he could not make any more arrangements on the 3 balls. There was nothing else he could do, and that was the limit he could reach after replenishing the origin energy. Although it was just inscribing a bunch of origin divine runes in a certain way, and he could pull it regardless of the level of the origin energy. Anyway, he was so tired that he did not want to move for some time. But he still had to look after the void frontline. He believed that little green child would find a place to hole up first, but he still had to show his face in Node 0. Would there be someone to carry him around? Well, they were all busy, so there probably would not be anyone. Still, he had not figured out how to show his face. Well, anyway, he just had to walk around and relax while he had some free time. He would just leave the 3 broken balls here and let the concept class realm reshape them. He did not have to look after them anyway. Node 0. After thousands of years, there seemed to be a little more people in the city. What were they in a hurry to do? New faces. There were new faces everywhere. Many people recognized him, but he did not know many people. Anyway, he would know if they recognized him or not by just shouting at him. However, there should not be any new faces in the void frontline. By the way, wouldn't it be a little too weird to walk around with a purple ball on her head? Little purple soul, this little girl. This ball was still sleeping. In the time it took for her to take a nap, 5 eras had passed. Who knew how many times the world had changed? Could it be that the conditions of the void frontline were not suitable for her? Was the girl not acclimatized? Should he send her back to the realm of the gods? But after looking around, he felt that she was very normal. She was just sleeping, just sleeping. Very sleepy. He hugged the little purple soul ball in his arms and poked it twice. He could not help but roll his eyes when he saw her squirming. After thinking for a while, he put the ball on her head. It looked like a weird hat. I'll just take it as bringing her out to get some sun. But it really did not seem right. Why did the void frontline have an additional group of people in the origin realm? Did the children in the frontline grow up and run to the frontline? This portion. This is bad. I've only been focused on arranging the paths for all the primordial realm cultivators. This group of origins. Because of the source laws and various other reasons, the main strength of the void frontlines has almost all been converted to the primordial realm. In another few thousand years, more than 95% of the Order warriors should be in the primordial realm. As for the remaining portion, I'll just let them slowly grow over a long period of time that isn't too long. They should be able to reach the primordial realm before the time comes. He would never say that he was too lazy to adjust it. What did they think these things were when they were messing around with the energy tower? Let him think if there were still origin realm cultivators when the time comes. Let them. Let's think about it when the time comes. He had not thought of how to deal with them yet. Hey, you in front, that girl. Suddenly, a voice from behind made him stop yawning. He looked around carefully. He had wandered to a remote place and had already left the food street. There was no one around, so he could basically confirm that this name was calling him. Yun Nuashing turned his head gloomily, and then saw a young girl who looked to be less than 20 years old looking at him arrogantly with her arms crossed. This aura, this posture, this was the type he did not want to deal with, but out of politeness he still responded, "What's the matter?" The young girl wore a long dress that was dyed green. Her facial features were exquisite, and she was not particularly tall. She wore a silver bracelet on her right hand, and that strange posture seemed a little awkward. She looked around and suddenly said, "May I ask where the newcomers are gathered?" Her words were surprisingly polite, but this newcomers' gathering? Newcomers? To be able to ask such a question. She did not seem to be someone from the frontline world. In that case, she should have appeared from the void of order? Newcomers came to the void frontline again. When did this happen? After the public toilet incident, it was a little strange that there were still people coming to the void frontline. Seeing that he did not speak for a while, the young girl was a little uneasy. She scratched her face and muttered, "I'm lost." Master said that after coming to the void frontline, I shouldn't look around or feel around so as to not affect everyone, so I can only walk by myself. But this place is really too complicated, and it's almost time. If I don't hurry up, I'll be beaten up by Master. You're from the void frontline, right? Yun Nuashing. Ah, okay. She was going to the front line to find her master. Follow me. He yawned and turned around to lead the young girl to the center of the node city. If they did not change places, he still had to take a look. Oh, they did not change places. It was really at that location. There were quite a lot of people there. The group of people who had hurriedly snuck over just went there to join in the fun. And there really were quite a lot of newcomers, all of them in the origin realm. He did not know how many of them could hold on, and how many would be carried down after 10,000 years of continuous battle. When did so many newcomers come to the void front line? Yun Nuashing asked as he led the young girl through the streets and alleys. You don't know. The young girl was surprised when she heard this. I've been busy for a few years and haven't come out yet. There are some things that I haven't found out yet. Seeing the young girl's fairy-like face and her listless appearance, as if she would collapse after taking 2 steps, the young girl chose to believe his words and began to explain. Actually, it has already been going on for half a year. Back then, the 3 sides of the void frontline ended the chaotic battle after the Heaven Mystic World won. They used a few thousand years to tidy up the chaotic void frontline. Once the void frontline had stabilized, well, then the Heaven Mystic World's Realm Master called people here. Yun Nuashing. A few hundred words might have been omitted, but the general meaning could be understood by himself. It seemed that after the 3 sides of the void frontline ended, the idlers in the void frontline had nothing to do. Did they come here to look for trouble? This place was not like the battlefield in the void frontline where ordinary people would come here to play. Anyone who came here would turn into a lunatic not long after. However, since they were recruited by the young girl Realm Master, they should be of some use. He did not expect her to think of recruiting people for the void frontline. Oh, forget it, let's not dwell on that. Anyway, it was fine as long as they did things according to the standard. No matter what kind of thoughts they had when they came here, as long as they could become Order Warriors, they would naturally be able to achieve their goal. A few minutes later, he brought the girl to the busiest tower square in the Node Zero City. There were so many people here, and it was so noisy that his ears were itching to death. A large group of newbies and a large group of Order Warriors who were watching the show. So they had gathered here to watch the show, and their gazes, well, to put it bluntly, it was no different from picking cabbages. They probably wanted to see if there were any good seedlings to start with. They were all idle now, and the conditions in the void frontline were good. Raising a disciple could be regarded as leisure or something like that. He only thought of this when he heard the girl shouting for her master. Originally, he wanted to bring her here and slip away. He didn't want to go in and torture his ears. However, just as he was about to turn around and leave, a slightly surprised voice suddenly sounded behind him. Just as he turned 60 degrees, he stopped with a crack. His waist sprained. Feng Lingjun. Yun Nuashing forced himself to turn around and saw Qingyu, who was dressed in a snow-white robe, coming from behind. She had a faint smile on her calm face, and her eyes were slightly surprised as she looked at him and the girl beside him. The girl quickly went forward and bowed respectfully. Master. Oh, it's your disciple. Yun Nuashing rubbed his old waist, tilted his head, and muttered to Qingyu, who was walking over. This girl is lost. I brought her here. When did you take in a disciple? I didn't hear you mention it. I saw her a long time ago, when I was strolling around the Order Void. I saw that she was quite good, so I took her in on a whim. It was only recently that I decided to let her come to the Void frontline. Qingyu smiled faintly and rubbed the girl's head. Then she walked up to him and looked at him with a smile. You are a busy man. It's normal that you don't know about us. This, she raised her hand and poked him on the forehead. Looking at his half-transparent appearance, she could not help but say, "Busy man, why did you torment yourself like this again?" "Well, I should say, why did you have the leisure to come out for a stroll? Everyone's forbidden time is up. Go and break through. I have to watch the void front line." Yun Nuashing rubbed his forehead and mumbled in response. Then he looked at the white-clothed girl in front of him for a while. "Your time should be up soon. It shouldn't be too long. The group of higher-ups should collectively break through a round in the next 1,000 years. I'm a little late. It will be a few years." Qingyu stroked her long hair and nodded. Seeing him yawn, she sighed helplessly and pulled him by the hand to walk out of the square. "All right, let's go sit somewhere else and rest. Seeing how weak you are, I'm really worried that you will collapse after taking 2 steps. Well, I'm not that weak. I can still hold on for a few 100 years. You should go rest." The girl looked at the scene in front of her in a daze, her head full of question marks. After a while, she hurriedly chased after them, mainly because she did not know what to do if she did not go after them. The void front line was still unfamiliar with the place and people. Well, if she went after them, she would feel like a third wheel. Master wouldn't beat her up, right? Qingyu had a small 2-story house in Zero City. It was very clean, tidy, and spacious. Well, to put it bluntly, there was nothing but tables, chairs, and some necessary furniture. He remembered that he had a small house in the front line. He lived there for a while, but later moved into the observer space after it was set up. Most of the time he was either in the domain of order or the observer space. That small house was also destroyed after the explosion of Zero City. Placing him in front of a chair, Qingyu turned around to make tea. This made him feel as if half of his body was in the spiritual temple, once again unable to take care of himself. Lowering his head to look at his translucent body, which was only left with light and shadow, he reckoned that if he were to be carried into the spiritual temple, he would be able to arrange an emergency bed. Suddenly, he felt as if there was nothing wrong with him. Recently, many people are planning to come to the void frontline. It's probably because the 3 battlefields have been destroyed. Those scattered people can't find anything to do and have nowhere to go. In short, they are looking for fun. A moment later, Qingyu placed a steaming teacup in front of him and sat beside him as she spoke to him. "Oh, I heard a little from your disciple. She said that the Realm Lord is helping to recruit people." Yun Nuashing nodded. "Recruiting people? You can say that. Actually, the Realm Master of the Sky Profound World helped to stop quite a number of people." "Oh, he might just be taking advantage of the situation to recruit people. As for what he actually did to stop so many people, I didn't look into it in detail. However, it's also a good thing. Last time, too many people came at once. They came quickly, and left quickly as well. Phew, it took a lot of effort." Back then, the toilet incident. This abbreviated term sounds really disgusting. Well, anyway, that's what it means. Didn't leave a lot of people behind. I heard that this girl also helped a lot back then, leading a group of people. But after the incident, they all ran away because they couldn't endure the never-ending battles in the void frontline. He even heard her complain a little. Well, could it be because of this that she went to take in a disciple? Looking at the girl sitting in front of him, who looked a little ill at ease, he turned to look at Qingyu and found that she was staring straight at him. He couldn't help but shiver. What's wrong?" "It depends on what you plan to do." Qingyu shrugged. "I'll prepare it for you." Well, Yun Nuashing held her teacup and sipped for a while. She put on a helpless and tired face. "Can I say that I don't want to care?" Qingyu nodded lightly. "Amen, that's an expected answer." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She covered her face and took a deep breath, replying, "In short, we'll handle it according to the standards of the Order Warriors. Sigh, I have the leisure to lead a group of newbies or something now. As long as it doesn't delay things too much or take up too much time. There's nothing bad about it. After all, we still have some time. Qin Yu smiled slightly. Don't you plan to take in one? Me. Yuan Nuashing tilted his head to look at her, a face of speechlessness. Teach a second crazy person? Whether or not you can find someone who fits my situation is still a problem. Ah, that's true. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry and shook her head. It was too difficult to find someone who fits his condition in the void. It was rare for them to meet again, and he wanted to talk about the recent situation. But because of these few incidents, it was not good to talk about it now. The main thing was that this girl was carefully looking at him like a critically ill patient, and it made his hair stand on end. It made him feel as if he would die in the next second within a sound. Chapter 2052. Although it was said that he did not want to care about what was happening on the front line of the void, he still had to do something about it. He would just take a look at the situation on the surface. As for the in-depth management, no, he really did not have the time for that. He really did not have the time to set up rules and regulations to strictly control access to prevent the public toilet incident from happening again, causing everyone's efforts to go to waste. No, it was really too troublesome. He really could not force it. If he could force it, the front line of the void would not only have 10 trillion Order warriors. Although it sounded like a lot, it was just a drop of water in the entire Order void. Speaking of the war in the mythological era, Sui Feng and the others had provided information on the combat strength of the Order world. Before they were stuffed into the ring of soul suppression in the 34th era, there were already hundreds of Order beings fighting against chaos. As the war got more intense, there would only be more of them. And this number that was close to the peak would only appear when the Order was tired. That was when the Order began to lose. The war between Order and chaos was something that couldn't be forced. Everyone had their own ambitions. You couldn't expect everyone to turn into a lunatic and charge at the front lines, only to die dozens of times after the war was over. This was completely different from fighting in one's own home with life, forms of the same origin. That was really different. If a battle in one's own home was put here, it would be like two little kids at the entrance of a village, wielding a tree branch and pretending to wield a sword and a spear. Don't even mention how many people died in the war between Order and chaos. He didn't even mention how many Order warriors had died in the war between Order and chaos since the beginning of time. How long had this war lasted? If one really wanted to fuss about that, it would be better to calculate which was more ridiculous, the internal strife in the world of Order or the war between Order and chaos. Well, that was what he meant. The war on this side of the battlefield was not something that everyone could endure. That was why he was too lazy to set up rules and regulations to restrain the visitors from the Order void. The main thing was that he did not think that anyone would come here. Back then, the toilet. Could they not mention the toilet? Who was the one who mentioned the public toilet after that? It was as if his thoughts were out of control. What did he want to say? What happened all those years ago actually happened when he was dead for 100 billion years. He only learned about what happened on the void frontline after the fact. And as for more details, it was all thanks to Siyu, Blue Phoenix, Yuan Kong, Qin Yu, and the others who filled him in. In short, it did not sound like a good thing, and it was not something he was in charge of. Why would a lunatic care about rules and regulations related to people? Those who were being watched were probably tired of living. He really did not intend to pay any attention to them, and had only intended to circle the void frontline a couple of times to let everyone know that there were still people watching over the place, that they should not get too excited, and that everything would go on as usual. After all, when he looked back, Hui had dug a hole to hide in. Qing Jun had planted himself upside down and watered the onions, waiting for a few decades to grow. Yuan Ji had found a space to sleep, and Sui Feng, Sui Qing, and Sui Feng. The reason was the same as above, right? No one else could help him, so he could only go around in circles by himself. No matter what, he was still one of the highest controllers of the void frontline. Well, could he resign? In any case, it was still necessary to watch over the battlefield, mainly to prevent the underworld from suddenly backstabbing him. No matter how low the probability was, he still had to guard against it. Don't talk about watching over the battlefield with your current state. It may be more suitable to find someone to watch over you. Qing Yu sighed softly and stretched out her jade finger to poke his head. Well, there will be someone to handle the trivial matters on the void frontline for you. Take a break. If you think too much, it may be my turn to send you to the sanctuary of creation later. Well, Yun Nuashing took a sip of tea. Last time, it was Shuang who asked me to take a break. There was such a thing, and then she suffocated me and fainted, he responded with a serious expression. This answer could not be wrong. Qing Yu and Sui Feng. A physical forced rest. Qing Yu thought for a moment, raised her hand and waved it in front of him. Then, do you want me to do it? Yun Nuashing's expression was quite serious, considering that if he lay down at this time, who knew how many years would have passed when he woke up again, he seriously refused this forced rest method. Anyway, there should be nothing to think about in his mind at this moment, and he did not have the energy to find more things to think about. So he just chatted casually with Qing Yu. The number of times they talked seemed to have decreased since they left her world. Speaking of which, she did not know how young Master Shin and his divine shadow clan were doing, and she had not asked about them for many years. Should I say that everything is fine? There are many people in the void frontline who came out from our world, but most of them are homeless people whose memories were erased back then. Qing Yu tapped the cup, looked at him, and said, Everyone who came to the void frontline has treated this place as a second home. There are many world light clusters in the frontline worlds, and we have a share of them. However, young Master Shin and the others have no plans to show up in the void frontline because of their order nature. They are trying their best to find a way to change order, and do not plan to show up until it is done. They are now hiding in a place near the world light cluster, where the realm of the gods is, and no outsiders will come to disturb them. Well, it was enough to know that they were doing well after a series of major events and changes, and there was no need for them to worry. He sat there for a while before leaving. It was only after he solemnly expressed that he would never turn into a cluster of light and rush into the sanctum of creation that Qing Yu let him go, and said that she would look for him in 2 days. He did not know whether to express relief or tears. The two of them must have a lot to talk about after so many years, and he would not continue to block them. Moreover, the girl was also very uneasy as he sat there, and there was no telling if Qing Yu had said something about him in front of her. The void frontline, the void, continued to maintain a busy and messy pace as they sprinted. He looked around and found that there was nothing for him to deal with in the void frontline. The respective commander-in-chief and second-in-command would look after each node, and even if the higher-ups were to collectively rush to break through, there would still be people watching over each node, so there was nothing for him to worry about. Then what could he do? It seemed that there was nothing he could do, so he might as well hang himself on the tower and assume a thinker's pose and continue to daydream. This was a good idea, but Qing Yu ran to the tower to look for him 3 days later. She saw him sitting there like he was constipated, and his body was so transparent that it almost blended in with the background. It was even worse than 3 days ago. With one look, she could tell that he was overworked. Seeing this, her pretty face twitched, and her calm face could no longer be maintained. Without another word, she dragged him out of the tower. And so, the time he spent thinking about life became shopping, non-stop shopping, visiting the frontline world, and running everywhere. Qing Yu, the girl, would not let him rest. In fact, he did not understand why he could not rest even when he was resting. His mind was filled with a bunch of messy things that did not stop. He felt very tired, and if he found a place to lie down, he might really pass away. But why was his broken brain still? He did not know, and he himself could not figure it out. It was as if something had opened the top of his head and kept pouring things inside. Well, in fact, he did not want to think about those weird things. Every day, he would walk around the girl, occasionally watching her train her precious disciple. He would watch from the side and say a few words from time to time, and then he would go to the tower to check on the situation at the front line today. Well, if there was anything, there would be direct information. This mission that was like a check-in every day was perhaps a little unnecessary. Well, it was definitely not that he wanted to be lazy and find it troublesome. Really, living like this every day was quite fulfilling. On the surface, you say it's fulfilling, but secretly you find me troublesome, right? Qingyu glanced at him, raised his hand, and looked at it for a while. Seeing that he was still transparent, she could not help but sigh. It's been half a year. Why haven't you recovered at all? If I say that I have been tormenting the origin energy, would you beat me? Hey, don't beat me. Don't beat me. My ears can't work. Ow. The girl could not help but laugh bitterly when she saw her master and the Lord Observer crying out and immediately running around the tree. She pulled out a stool and sat down, taking out a watermelon to eat as she watched. This was considered a reserved program. In the past 6 months, her master had been chasing the Lord Observer around. To be honest, if she had such a familiar friend who would kill her anytime, anywhere, she felt that she would be worried. After all, if she did not keep a close eye on him, he might suddenly be gone one day, but friend? She tilted her head and looked at the Lord Observer being caught by her master and pinned to the ground. Her master was rubbing his beautiful hair. After thinking about it, she decided to turn her head and pretend that she did not see it. She did not want to talk about the two of them. In most cases, her master was definitely a very calm, composed, serious, and disciplined woman. Although there was a smile on her face that did not change for a long time. That was also her characteristic. There was an exception. Well, she had only discovered the exception recently. When her master was with the Lord Observer, she would, well, it was fine when there was nothing going on, but when there was something going on, She turned her head and looked at the Lord Observer who was being pinned down, scratched, crying and laughing awkwardly at the same time, and then looked at her master who was overly excited and had a mysterious blush on her face. She thought about it and decided not to look into it. At this time, she just had to pretend that she did not exist. Speaking of which, the Lord Observer that her master always talked about, the current guardian of order, was said to be the sharpest spear in the void of order, the legendary agent of the heavenly god of origin, that mysterious big shot. Well, she felt that the image of this very big shot had been torn to pieces in the past 6 months, especially when she saw him being tortured by her master. She did not feel that way. Speaking of which, did energy life forms have the ability to be tickled? In that case, it was actually the two of them working together. Oh, she should not look into it. She should not look into it. She should focus on eating the melon. In the blink of an eye, time pants had dashed out for a certain distance. As for how long had passed, there was no need to record this number in detail. In any case, just by looking at the time in the city, one would be able to know the exact time. Therefore, there was no need to record it down. After all, one's brain wasn't enough to process it. Qingyu was still following him to stroll in the void front line every day, but in fact, she should have broken through more than 100 years ago. Her precious disciple was stimulated after coming into contact with the source law, and was now trying to break through to the primeval realm, and needed some time. But when she said that she wanted to watch over him, in case he suddenly disappeared, he could not find any other reason to persuade the girl. Using 100 years to watch over him. What a waste. And he did not know if that description was referring to himself or her. He did not understand, completely did not understand. This kind of time lasted for another few decades. After a certain guardian woke up and took his place, it was announced that it was over. He relaxed all of a sudden and passed away. In fact, he was just exhausted. The exhaustion that had settled down for more than 100 years made him faint on the spot. He was hurriedly carried by Qingyu to the sanctuary of creation, which made Hui feel awkward. He did not know how to describe this situation, which was like taking over a shift. Well, in short, it was fine as long as he was fine. It was not a matter of a day or two that a certain observer had not been human. But he did not expect Maple to continue to get worse, and he did not expect that the word "get worse" could last for more than 100 years. Before Maple's girl left, she gave him a report about a certain someone and the Void front line, and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Sigh, it seems that I have to deal with Maple's situation before I break through next time. It was fortunate that the girl stayed by Maple's side all these years, or he might only see a ball of light hanging in the observer space now. Then he sighed. For the past 100 years or so, Maple actually pinched his nose and dealt with the newcomers. It was even more unbelievable than the Arabian Nights. In the past 100 years or so, the newcomers who came to the Void frontline were scattered among the 12 nodes. They did not have to run all over the Void frontline like before, and it was easier to manage them when gathered together. Node 0 was one of the places, and Maple had already dealt with most of the matters. He also arranged for others to be in charge of supervision and management. He did not let the newcomers risk their lives to charge into the battlefield once they were familiar with it. Instead, he let them spend 100 years familiarizing themselves with everything in the Void frontline, and training soldiers in the realm of order was only an occasional occurrence. It was just a part of the familiarization process. At the current stage, there are 12 nodes. Excluding the odd number, each node has 10,000 people. The current situation has completely stabilized. There are not that many newcomers now, and they are still divided among the 12 nodes. When there are more people, I will consider whether to let them go to the new nodes. The newcomers' situation is also very stable, because they were screened a few times in the mysterious sky world. There are not many hotheads among the newcomers. Those fellows were probably screened out. Among the remaining people, many are considered good seedlings. As long as they can endure the accumulation of time, they will also become qualified warriors of order. It sounded nice, but the most difficult thing was to endure the accumulation of time. In this disgusting place that was filled with endless death and destruction, to be able to endure. With the current situation was not as bad as before. It seemed that as long as they could endure it, it would be fine. Sigh. Qing Yu's report on the arrangements for the new recruits was very clear. Most of it was done by Maple. Well, there were also others who assisted him in completing the arrangements. There were many detailed arrangements, and the details were very much in line with Maple's style. There were also many traces of amendments. It must have been hard on that guy. He clearly hated dealing with these things the most, and for some reason, he suddenly chose to deal with these trivial matters. He must have been pulling his hair while thinking about it, and at the same time pinching his nose and putting on an extremely disgusted and troubled expression. That guy is really something. Qing Yu threw Maple into the sanctuary of creation for a small repair. That was when he took over the front line of the Void. More than 10 years had passed, and the number of Yuanshi in the front line of the Void was increasing every year. More than half of the new recruits had entered the Yuanshi realm. They were all qualified, and they only lacked the environmental conditions and a way to enter the Yuanshi realm. In this aspect, they had restrictions. Only those who passed the conditions and were judged to be qualified to become Order Warriors could obtain the way to enter the Yuanshi realm. As for the others, if they had their own way or succeeded in exploring it, that was because they had the ability. As long as they did not cause trouble, they would not care. Well, what he meant was that as long as they did not cause trouble, they did not need to care. If they did, they would also cause trouble. This was to prevent some people from purposely going to the front line of the Void, breaking through to the Yuanshi realm, and then returning to the Order Void to show off their prowess. The corresponding measures had to be taken. Putting aside the matter of the new recruits, something worth paying attention to recently was that everyone had woken up. Si Yu, Sui Feng, and the other inheritors of their generation were the same. When the time limit was up, they immediately used all their energy to break through to the next level. They used the fastest speed to rush to the next level in the shortest amount of time. With the current conditions in the Void, the whole process would not take too long. In less than 200 years, they had all jumped up. However, it was only to extend the great path of the realm to the point where it was blocked by roadblocks. The new land that appeared with the great path was still barren and dilapidated. They had to plant flowers, plants, shrubs, and trees on the land themselves. Oh, it was a metaphor that he suddenly thought of recently. The realm was a great path that extended forward. As the great path extended forward, so would the land. However, the initial land that appeared was barren and dilapidated, and the branch roads were the paths that extended horizontally, allowing the land to expand bit by bit. The various treatments, proficiency, and strengthening of the realm were to plant flowers and plants on the dilapidated land so that it would be full of vitality. How about it? Doesn't it sound appropriate? Let's put it this way. Sui Fong quivered and replied without thinking. Young brother Fong, didn't you open 146 great paths and a lot of branch roads? Dozens of landscapes, plants, and vegetation cover the land evenly and self-construct hundreds of complete ecosystems? The degree of perfection could be 1,000,000%. Everyone thought about it and nodded hard. This was a good way to put it. Then, as for us, Brother Lay crossed his arms and thought for a while with a gloomy look on his face. Let's deal with the problem of desertification first. It was also a very suitable metaphor. After all, they had just completed the realm breakthrough, and there was only barren land around them. Why would they need an oasis? The peak of the middle rank. I even had a dream that I could break through to the higher rank. Hui bared his teeth at everyone and gestured with his 2 fingers. I feel like I'm just a little bit away, just a little bit. It's a pity. Let's go back and cultivate again. This little bit is enough to kill us. Brother Lay spread his hands regretfully and looked around. So we're all stuck at the peak of the middle rank? That's right. Everyone sighed, feeling rather depressed. Okay, so what about young Brother Fong? Oh, young Brother Fong was carried into the creation sanctum a few years ago. Hui was fiddling with an origin relic toy as he replied indifferently. Seeing everyone's eyes widen in horror, he continued to explain indifferently. I woke up a dozen years earlier than you all, and I switched shifts with him when I woke up. You didn't see it, but with his transparent appearance, he could definitely blend in perfectly with the galaxy. You almost couldn't tell the difference between him and the galaxy. But it's not something dangerous. It's just that he overworked himself and almost killed himself. Now I've sent him down to rest, and he's still lying down. He's not returning to the factory for major repairs. You don't have to be so agitated. Everyone, it was something they were used to. Sui Fong smiled bitterly. It must be the result of no one keeping an eye on him. Is there a vacancy in our personnel allocation? There was actually no one keeping an eye on young Brother Fong for a period of time? No. Qingyu kept an eye on him for a period of time, but not completely. I think if no one was watching him, he would have turned into a ball of light when I came out. Hui rubbed his chin and looked at Siyu and Qing Huang with a frown. That's not it. Xiao Yu, Little Phoenix, I remember that you two just completed a breakthrough not long ago. Why are you two also lying down this time? Because I need to. Feng Qing Huang opened her mouth and Hui waved his hand. I remember now. I remember you. You turned into an egg and rehatched. We watched it together. Feng Qing Huang laughed dryly and turned to Siyu. What about you? Siyu's neck shrunk back as she hugged one of the heavenly origin god's whale dolls as she murmured to herself, When the origin energy reaches 60%, it needs to undergo a strange transformation. It takes time to process, and I'll enter that stage without even realizing it. What strange transformation? There's such a thing. Why didn't we? The inheritor of the god of creation will have such an experience. Sui Qing looked at Hui Jun and gave him an affirmative answer. She moved the pile of miscellaneous items beside her and picked up a square box. After fiddling with it for a while, she put it aside and said, It is said that the origin of this body needs to be changed. Look at Xiao Yu, you can see the clues. She has obvious changes from the last time you saw her. See, you saw that everyone was looking at her. She blinked her eyes embarrassedly and said, What change? Hui stroked his chin and looked at Siyu for a while. He thought for a while and said, "Her hair has grown longer and she has become prettier." I don't know. Feng should take a look. Feng Qing Huang pinched Siyu's face and looked at her up and down. She nodded to everyone and said her breath has changed. Just like Little Star, her breath is different from inside out. Siyu replied with an "oh." She tugged at her clothes and looked at herself for a while. However, she didn't feel anything special. Instead, when she saw the wardrobe on the ice field, she suddenly became excited and clapped her hands. "Blue Phoenix, bring Little Star here. The conditions here are definitely better. Send her to the conch house." Feng Qing Huang, who was playing with the Relic of Origin, was stunned. Huh. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but before they could ask the girl what she was going to do, they saw her rushing to a pile of junk and pulling out the half-covered wardrobe. Then, she rushed into conch house like a gust of wind. In an instant, everyone understood what she was doing. She was going to continue the renovation that she had not finished before. Looking at the girls who were busy decorating the huge space inside the conch house with the Relic of Origin, we couldn't help but fiddle with the pile of junk in front of him. Why do I feel that these things are endless? I don't remember there were so many things before we went into seclusion last time. At that time, the condensation was not complete. Ling was focused on dealing with the Staff of Origin and Staff of Creation, which slowed down the reconstruction of the relic. She looked up at the sky and then looked around. Now that it's over, all the relic fragments are here. It seems that Ling was too busy to deal with them. All right. We breathed a sigh of relief. He rolled up his sleeves and started to fiddle with the pile of junk. Then let's clean it up before he wakes up. These are important war resources. Every one of them is like a firework on the chaos concept entity. Even that pot is no exception. But what I hope even more is that I can find something usable in this pile of junk. A brick or a meteor hammer would be fine too. Do I really have to grab that pot? Look, I'll bring this pot to the back of the chaos concept entity and smash it down. Forget it. It smells like a kitchen. No way, no way. Everyone could not help but smile bitterly. It seemed that the observer who was lying down had said something similar. Chapter 2053. What he saw when he opened his eyes was a ceiling that was spinning in a spiral. He could hear the sound of the waves crashing against the beach and the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks. There was also the sound of a conch being played at the same time. When he felt a little more awake, he could see the reflection of the sun on the rolling waves. The sparkling waves were faintly discernible on the ceiling. As he became more awake, the reflection of the waves on the ceiling also became brighter, dispelling the surrounding darkness. The gentle light also did not make him feel uncomfortable. His consciousness and soul did not return to the beginning. It was very strange. He thought that was the place he had to go every time he lay down. However, this did not mean that he was in a good state now. The exhaustion that penetrated deep into his soul was like the waves crashing against the shore. This soul, he was afraid that he could not hold on for much longer. When the time was up, when the limit was reached, he would probably be forced to return to the factory for major repairs. As for how long he would have to lie down, he would think about it when that time came. Looking at the time now, it had been about 30 years since he and Hui changed shifts. Phew! No wonder his soul felt like it could not bear the burden. It had unknowingly released the accumulated things. It was so ugly, but now was not the time. He could not fall down first. It would not be too late to lie down after he finished his work. After all, he was racing against time. How could he stop now? The spiral ceiling. This must be the interior of the conch house. Looking at the simple yet elegant decoration, it seemed that Siyu, that girl, had a little too much time on her hands. A conch house that was 40 to 50 meters long and wide could be decorated into 5 to 6 rooms and 2 to 3 halls for her. This messy screen. Was he walking through a maze? If this place was not spacious enough, he would have taken back the description just now. Yawn. Sleeping for 30 years seemed to have offset the loss of thousands of years of continuous use of rule, order, energy form. Now that he had woken up, his steps were still a little shaky. If he did not sit down for a while to rest, he would probably knock through the screen in front of him. The origin energy. Well, his soul was almost completely adapted to the origin energy. It took thousands of years to adapt. It was not easy. The energy sealed in her divinity, carrier burned and burned just like that. He did not know how much had been lost. Anyway, he looked at it now. After thousands of years of hard work and several things that were not easy to deal with, he did not expect to have a lot of energy left. If there were no accidents, he would use all of it to deal with the origin energy. If he could forcefully raise her power to a level close to hers, he would have a better chance of succeeding. All right, he still had to explore the origin domain, right? Well, this also required a lot of energy. The current conditions were still waiting to be gathered. In short, he would put it on the agenda and see how it went. When he walked out of the conch house with a yawn, he suddenly saw a manor piled up with debris outside the door. In the manor's open space, Hui and the others had set up tables and chairs and were making tea. They turned their heads in unison when they heard the sound of the door being pushed open. When they saw that someone had finally woken up, they were very excited and sat up a little straighter. Yo, Feng, you're finally awake. Hui quickly put down the teacup on the table and poured a cup of tea. Looking at Feng slowly walking over and sitting down, Hui could not help but frown. Although you're awake, it seems that your soul is not in your body. Are you really okay like this? Yun Nuashing knocked her head with her wrist and took a sip of tea before letting out a long sigh of relief. It's okay. I'm in good condition. May I ask how you are not in good condition? Hui asked with a serious face. For example, Yun Nuashing raised her eyebrows and smiled faintly at him. Being thrown in or something. Everyone was speechless. As long as he did not collapse, he was in good condition, right? This guy was really... Forget it. This guy did not listen to advice. Moreover, they did not have the right to yell at him. Other than keeping an eye on his condition at all times and rushing to rescue him if something happened, there seemed to be no other reliable option. You're all at the peak of the middle class. It seems that you're just around the corner to reach the high class. Oh, Siyu and Qing Huang, you're not at the peak yet. However, when the seal is lifted, you should be able to reach the high class directly. There shouldn't be any difference. Yun Nuashing glanced at everyone with a somewhat gratified and meaningful gaze. She chuckled softly. How's your condition? Is there any special change? It seems that there isn't the kind of change that I imagined. It's not like you've really advanced to the high class. How could there be such a change? Hui smiled bitterly. Siyu hurriedly raised her hand and said, I have changed. However, I don't know where the change is. Let me see. Glancing at the girl, Yun Nuashing stood up. Seeing this, Siyu stood up as well. Then she giggled and jumped into her father's arms. While listening to everyone talking about Siyu's condition, Yun Nuashing gave the girl a thorough check. Then he pressed her back to the chair beside him. Yun Nuashing nodded. The change in your origin structure was replaced by the power of that Luo Zun god. No, it was covered by his power. That power of the origin covered all the origin structure in your body, including the origin soul. In the middle, it was also connected by his origin god's sigil. To put it simply, he raised his hand and patted the girl's head. Right now, you're a origin creation. Siyu blinked her eyes with a dazed expression. You're a creator-type life form, similar to Little Hour and Shui Yan. More similar to Shui Yan. Yun Nuashing took a sip of tea. Creator-type life forms need to know their own origin structure like the back of their hand. For example, Little Hour's origin structure was related to magic circles. Then, she naturally walked this path. As for you, girl, let's talk about your origin structure. He drank 2 mouthfuls of tea in silence and looked at Siyu from head to toe for a while. Then, a look of realization appeared on his face. I'm not mistaken. The situation of the structure is a bit similar to the rule, order, energy form that I've created. The people around the table instantly slipped to the ground. When they climbed back up, their eyes were wide open and their eyes were dull. Yun Nuashing waved his hand. There's no need to be so nervous. It's just that the structure is similar, but the details are far from perfect. Furthermore, it's a structure created by the god of origin who created. So how could it be the same as us who charge into enemy lines, right? Based on the situation, it's about 50 to 60% similar in structure, and it's in a calm state. My law's order energy form is a state of unleashed energy, while Xiao Yu's continuous and calm structure. Rubbing Siyu's long hair, he was silent for a while. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and took out the rhythm of light. He injected some energy into it and then put it in her hand. Here, take a look at it. What's so special about it? Siyu took the rhythm of light and waved it twice. Suddenly, she felt that the light in her hand burst out a dazzling light. She could not help but exclaim. The energy in her body surged uncontrollably. The energy that flowed through her hand and then returned to her body seemed to have the energy of the rhythm of light. She felt that she could use the rhythm of light. Okay, let's interrupt. Before the girl could guide the energy of the rhythm of light into a riot, Yun Nuashing took it back and smiled at the confused people. It's exactly as I expected. So what's going on? Sui Feng scratched his head in confusion. Haven't you guys met the heir of Luo Zun before? That shouldn't be the case. Of course not. We definitely know each other. It's just that. Brother Lei rubbed the cup in his hand and smiled awkwardly. We didn't specifically ask about it. It's just that I'm too busy with my own origin energy. So, it was true that he could not even protect himself. So he did not know about the situation of others. He was very familiar with this. Wasn't he the same now? Okay. Yun Nuashing pinched Siyu's face and looked at her. Girl, the form power that your structure gives you is resonance of creation. It's literally what it means. The situation is just like what it means. In other words, if Sister Siyu uses the power of creation, she will be stronger than anyone else. Brother Lei rubbed his chin and understood. Resonance of creation. The power that your structure gives you allows you to understand creation very quickly. As expected of the power of the God of creation, the pioneer of the path of creation. It's not far from what I expected. Siyu was confused. She pulled Little Star's hair and asked, but I've touched many creations over the years. Why didn't I have any reaction? I just had a reaction. That's because you don't know how to use this power. Poking the girl's cheek, Yun Nuashing explained with a smile. The power of structure, the form of power bestowed by structure. This should be the first time you've purposely come into contact with a new form of power, so you don't know how to use it. I just left the same power in the rhythm of light as you to guide it, which is why I was able to trigger the resonance of creation, mainly to stimulate the form of your power. However, it will take some effort to truly activate it. Oh, I see. So, Yun Nuashing slowly poured tea. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she smiled at Siyu and said, You have to guide the power of your structure out during this period of time. When it comes to the form of power related to structure, it will take a lot of time to get used to it. It's better to solve it early. Once you solve it early, your analysis of creation will officially surpass mine. You can be in charge of this path in the future. I can be your assistant. Siyu's pretty face changed after hearing that. She was half happy and half distressed. She was very conflicted and complicated. Okay, then what should I do? Well, let me think. Since you've just grasped a new power, it's obviously not wise to let you resonate with a more dangerous creation right from the start. Let's start with a simple situation. Yun Nuashing turned around and waved her hand at the ice field in front of her. She took out an energy tower from the previous generation and pointed at it as she said to Siyu, "Here, hang yourself on the tower for a period of time and don't come down." Siyu looked at the tower and blinked at Mei Mao in a daze. She then looked down at Little Star and asked, "Is there any other way?" "There is, but I'm afraid that you'll say that I'm underestimating you, so I didn't say it first. In terms of the situation, the first and second methods don't have much difference, but the second method—" Yun Nuashing nodded and raised her hand to point at herself. "Hang yourself on me for a while, and I'll guide you. How about it? The first method is better, right? Hang yourself on me for a while or something. It'll definitely— Ugh." Before he could finish his sentence, Siyu came over from the side and sat on his lap. She blinked hard at him and said, "Yes, yes, I'm ready." Everyone was speechless. She was really fast. Yun Nuashing shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She hugged the little girl tightly and began to mobilize the origin energy to coordinate and guide her. She then looked around and asked, "Speaking of which, where's my little blanket?" "Your little angel." Hui pointed at the depths of the ice field, where a blurry blue light shone on the sky. "There, she's still sleeping over there. We don't know what's going on, but Shuang Shuang will go and check on her every once in a while." Shuang Shuang nodded and said to Little Star, "Ming's condition is normal, but I don't know why she's been sleeping. There's nothing wrong with her when I checked her. That little girl has been sleeping ever since I dealt with the Staff of Creation and the Staff of Origin. It's been more than 4,000 years. She could feel that the little angel was in good condition in her soul. Everything was stable and there was no movement. She asked Yuan Kong about the situation, but the little girl did not know what her sister was doing. After carefully inspecting the situation, Yun Nuashing did not find anything out of the ordinary. She also had things that she needed to do, such as the matters after the transformation of order. There was no hurry. She would know when she woke up. "Then we'll continue with our work." Hui drank all the tea in the teacup in one breath and let out a long sigh. What have you been busy with recently?" Yun Nuashing looked curiously at Hui, Sui Feng, and the others who stood up together. "There's also the origin domain. Now that we're just one step away from the advanced level, we need to deal with the origin domain that we haven't dealt with before, so that we won't fall behind too much when we reach the advanced level. There's also—" Hui raised his head and counted with his fingers. "In the end," he sighed, "the one thing that hasn't changed in 10,000 years is the in-depth understanding and exploration of the origin energy. After reaching the peak of the intermediate level, we've already transformed 60% of our origin energy. I feel like I've taken a big step forward. If we don't deal with it before we reach the advanced level, I'm afraid we'll end up in trouble. Didn't you feel this way before?" Yun Nuashing stared at him, speechlessly with dead fish eyes, and sighed faintly. "I climbed up step by step, and after I climbed up, I was hung up and hammered in all kinds of ways. Even if there was some nonsense steps, I had already taken it. Everyone thought about it and felt that it was true. Not everyone had the courage to go through a hellish journey, although the experience must have been very rewarding. Forget it, they should just follow the normal pace and walk step by step." Looking at the observer jumping up and down in a mess, and every time he was done he looked like he was half dead. They couldn't be envious. They couldn't be envious at all. As long as they had a normal mind, no one would want to torture themselves like him. In any case, everyone went back to their own business. Looking at their fairy-like faces, it was obvious that they were too entangled with the origin energy. This situation would probably continue for a long time. Once they reached the advanced level, they would only be busier. Don't ask why, it was because he was already numb from touching all the origin energy. Even if he was hammered into his current state by the various fragments, he would still— forget it, let's not talk about it. Siyu nestled in his arms, her hands hooking around his neck and twisting restlessly. He was speechless and stopped thinking. He raised his hand and pressed her head. "Girl, don't move." I I can't calm down. You mumbled for a while and looked around. I want to find something to do. Although it's very happy to be guided by Little Star. I just want to find something to do. I want to pick up those things and look at them. It seemed that this girl had gradually changed from a state of whimsy to a state of hyperactivity. Perhaps the gradual activation of the power of the structure had made her a little curious about the pile of creations around her. Was it because of the attraction of the structure? Should he grab something and let her explore it by herself first? Siyu twisted restlessly for a while and suddenly thought of something. She smiled and hooked Little Star's neck, lowered her head and gave him a deep kiss. He was stunned for a moment. After a while, she raised her head and licked her lips. Now it's quiet. After that, she lowered her head and covered his mouth. He rolled his eyes and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Forget it as long as she's happy. After successfully solving the problem of the power of the structure, she ran into the conch house with a pile of things. It seemed that she couldn't wait to play with those things. She had already activated the power of the structure, so she could adjust the resonance of the things on her own. The things here were just daily necessities of the gods of origin. She wouldn't be able to come into contact with concept-level powers, so he didn't have to worry about it. He let out a long yawn and looked at the ice field in front of him in a daze. Even now, he was dealing with the power of origin. It was just that, he didn't know if he was affected by Siyu, but he also wanted to find something to do. After thinking for a few minutes, he decided to go check on the Staff of Creation and the Staff of Origin. He had already dealt with them and put them aside, so he didn't check on the remodeling of these two items. Little Star. Just as he was about to get up, a gentle voice suddenly came from beside him. Blue Phoenix was holding a small toy with 4 circles and a ball in her hands. She sat down next to him and placed the toy in her hands on the table. Her crimson-pink eyes stared at him thoughtfully, but she didn't say anything. It was as if she was thinking about something. What's wrong? What do you want to do? Or do you want to say something? He patted the girl's head and asked softly. Feng Qing Huang closed her eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. It also seemed like she was struggling. After a while, she let out a sigh and held Little Star's hand with both hands. She looked at him and said word by word, I want to learn your rule, order, form of energy, Yun Nuashing. At this moment, he felt that his brain wasn't working properly, or maybe he had gone crazy. But looking at the girl's determined face, she wasn't kidding. Obviously, he knew it very well. But because he knew it, he felt a headache coming on. Now that she suddenly mentioned it, he was startled. He had said something similar before, but he always treated it as a joke. After all, the rule, order, form of energy thing was something that Hui and the other second-generation inheritors had to look for. The information about this form of energy was semi-public. He was waiting for a warrior to come and have a battle with it. It had been announced to the higher-ups. Those who were interested could ask him for more details. So far, he didn't know how long it had been, but the warrior hadn't shown up yet. He never thought that the girl would be the first one to bring up this idea. He moved a chair over and sat face to face with the girl. He held her face with both hands and whispered, Come, tell me if you're feeling any pressure. Tell me if you're not happy. Don't be so stressed. The void hasn't collapsed yet. She could not help but smile bitterly when she saw how nervous little Xingxing was. She held little Xingxing's hand and looked straight into his nervous eyes. Her heart felt warm, but just like her determination, she brought up this matter with a corresponding determination. I'm already prepared. I've been preparing for this for thousands of years. But isn't this too sudden? I wasn't prepared for this. This matter has been thrown out for who knows how many years. I thought that no one would have the courage to jump out, but you suddenly... Feng Qing Huang smiled softly and whispered, I want to help you. I just want to do my best to help you. Since you don't want to form a soul bond with me, I have to use other methods to help you. You've always been helping me. You've always been there. The soul link is just... Yun Nuashing opened his mouth, but was interrupted halfway because he saw that she had already made up her mind. He laughed bitterly again, holding his forehead and looking at the sky helplessly. You're exactly the same as before, exactly the same. Even your lines are almost the same. Feng Qinghuang smiled and sat beside him. She tilted her head and rested it on his shoulder. How did we know each other? In the past. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head, feeling a little troubled. It was impossible for him to forget the things related to her in the ancient past. Especially that last resentful look. It was really unforgettable. However, he said, it's not a good thing. If it's possible, I don't really want to talk about it. It's a bad thing? Yes. Yun Nuoxing nodded. It's much worse than when I met you in this life. The remote antiquity. The hunt of the four gods. He really didn't want to talk about it. In the end, after the girl repeatedly mentioned it twice, he reluctantly told her the scene when he met the girl in the primordial age. At that time, he was besieged and beaten up badly. Although half of the divine land was destroyed because of it, he was not crazy enough at that time. At that time, Feng Qinghuang couldn't help but sigh. I seem to have been taken care of by you all the time, no matter when I knew it or when I didn't. But why? Because we're in the same boat. Yun Nuoxing scratched Feng Qinghuang's head. You know, I'm like a lonely ghost wandering in the realm of the gods. I don't know how many years have passed. At that time, I wasn't as crazy as I am now. So when I saw these things, all right, I admit it. No matter if it's now or then, because I know about you all, I will. Just think of it as I have nothing better to do. Yes, I have nothing better to do. Because I have nothing better to do, I want to move around. So I destroyed half of the divine land. It's just that. Yes, it's just that. Really. Feng Qinghuang hugged the person beside her tightly and smiled gently. Idiot. You too. You've been an idiot since the beginning. Yun Nuoxing mumbled and turned her head. She muttered in a low voice. All right. I rushed over there fully armed. The smile on Feng Qinghuang's face became even more charming. Seeing this, Feng Qinghuang relaxed a little. All right. He didn't tell her about the time and place of the last time they met. He guessed that she didn't care much about it. If she asked, she would make up a story full of loopholes. You have always taken care of me, so... Feng Qinghuang suddenly sat up and held his hand. She said seriously, when you are troubled, I hope that I can do my best to help you. Yun Nuoxing had a pained expression and did not say anything to dissuade him, only sighing helplessly. All right, you've already decided. Like I said before, since you've sincerely prepared yourself and not done it on impulse, I'll fulfill your wishes. I'll agree, but this matter cannot be rushed. Let's talk about it again after you've dealt with your origin energy. During the initial transformation process of laws, order, and energy form, the three energies must be in an extremely stable state. Even when all of their power is unleashed, they must not show any signs of instability. They must not fluctuate between high and low, but must remain in their most stable state without wavering. Once you've dealt with the origin energy to such a degree, I'll help you deal with this form. Feng Qinghuang watched as Feng Qinghuang walked towards the ice cube with the determination to perish together with the void. He clutched his head and sighed again. He couldn't help but mumble, "Aren't you also an idiot? You are still stubborn even after so many years." Feng Qinghuang let out a long sigh. His heart was filled with complicated emotions. Just as he was about to check on the staff of creation and the staff of origin, another voice suddenly rang out. Lord Feng, your friend is online. I've pointed out a path for him. He'll probably arrive at the observer space soon, so please check it. We're busy here, so there's no need to reply. You'll know in a while. Qing Zi's playful voice rang out in the soul communication. Feng Qinghuang was stunned. It was rare to have a visitor who needed to be notified. Friend. Feng Qinghuang frowned. Was it someone he had met before coming to the front line of the void? Chapter 2054. The sudden appearance of a friend and an old friend made him feel a little strange. Logically speaking, all the life forms he knew should be in the void frontline. Those with accidents should be close to the realm of the gods. The part of his brain was like a portable calculation. For someone to come to the void frontline at this time, it could not be a friend who came back after being killed more than 10 years ago, right? It could not be. Then it should be Hui, because all the people he knew were in the void frontline. There was no reason for it to come to him. Anyway, there should be no problem with little Qing Zi's report. First, he tidied up, made a pot of tea, and waited quietly for his old friend to come. He waited curiously for 5 minutes. A lot of voices and faces were running around in his mind. Before he could figure it out, a petite figure suddenly fell from the sky, accompanied by a voice that interrupted his thoughts. He also knew who had come. Long time no see. It has been a while, and you seem to have become more haggard. He looked at the petite figure. Her height and appearance had never changed in 10,000 years. Her grayish-blue hair was tied up like a spiral. Oh, she had changed her hairstyle. This time, she was still wearing a trench coat, which was so long that it almost reached the ground. She was the guardian of a certain altar. Thinking about it, it seemed reasonable. Among the people he knew, she was the only one who was always missing. She wandered around the De Yuan realm. The little girl ran to the chair beside him and sat down. She took a big gulp of tea and breathed a sigh of relief. Then she turned to look at him. Your aura seems to be getting closer and closer to that of the origin, heavenly God. Does this have anything to do with you being so haggard that you seem to be about to lie down? Oh, of course. Yun Nuashing nodded. A lot of changes have happened over the years. There are so many things, so many that I have the illusion that I will never be finished. The rules of this place have also changed a lot. This is also your doing. Oh, it's those arrangements, right? I get it now. It feels a little familiar. It's much stronger than the rules of other places. I've broken free, but there's still a part of it that's restrained. The little girl looked at the space and then looked at Feng Ling curiously. What did you do? It's about me creating a hole in the void. Yin Nuashing shrugged and quickly told him about the void frontline. He was a little curious about the familiar feeling she had just mentioned. The primal laws and the items of the heavenly origin god. So that's how it is. The little girl tugged at her spiral long hair, her eyes flickering. Is this familiar feeling because of this conceptual space? It has the feeling of the origin, heavenly God. After all, this is something they left behind. Yin Nuashing shrugged and poured her a cup of tea. How's the core of the 8 elements realm? Still no progress? There's a new clue, it's... The little girl gulped down another cup of tea and heaved a sigh of relief, as if she had just recovered from the situation of dying of thirst. Just as she was about to continue speaking, she and Feng Ling turned their heads together. Hui, who had sensed the commotion, was leading everyone over excitedly. Feng! Guests! Oh, you're here. Long time no see, long time no see. Are you still strolling around the Deyuan realm? Hui quickly led everyone to the table. After they were seated, he said to the little girl, who was a little stunned by their sudden appearance, How's it going? Did your recent journey go smoothly? Oh, I was just about to tell you. The little girl looked at the people around her and could not help but mutter. There's suddenly a little too many people. Let me take a break. Sui Feng laughed dryly and waved his hand. Don't mind us. We just heard that there were guests and came over to take a look out of curiosity. Although they had already met last time, they had not formally contacted each other. This time, they were just here to join in the fun. The little girl glanced at the crowd for a while and decided to ignore them. Her eyes fell on Feng Ling and continued, For a while, I didn't try to pursue the traces left behind by it. Instead, I found a place to squat down and observe. But I did find something new. The traces about it that I found in the past might be the traces left behind when it stayed in the same place in another primordial realm for a long time. Hui thought carefully for a while and felt that he had almost forgotten about the core of the 8 elements realm. What do you mean? Is there something different about it from the previous discovery? Yes, the traces of it drifting around previously made me think that it had been drifting around the great primordial realm for a very long time. But in reality, if I'm not mistaken, it should have been in another primordial realm, finding a random place to stay for a period of time. The little girl's tone was serious, and it even affected that primordial realm. Affected? Yun Nuashing was stunned. What can an empty shell do on its own initiative? Also, how is it that you can still influence someone else's territory? I'm not very clear about this. Although I tried to explore it and talked to the guardian consciousness of the other primordial realms, they didn't know about these things either. The little girl shook her head and rubbed the teacup with both hands. Suddenly, she showed a confused expression. And the traces of time. This time, I found the traces of time, but I feel that it's not as good as when I didn't find it. I accidentally used a method to see the traces of time left behind by it, but it made me feel even more confused and strange. Huey's face was serious. The time span is very long? Has it been drifting for a long time? Or has it been in the same place for several periods of time? Or is it even more confusing? The little girl shook her head and muttered with an even more confused expression, "There is no time span. All the traces point to the moment when the great primordial realm was created, the moment when the new era was born." Yun Nuashing and Hui. That was to say, the weird core of the 8 primordial realms would appear in the 8 primordial realms at the same time when the great primordial realms appeared in the new epoch. It would stay in each primordial realm for a long time, just like a casual trip. In the end, it would return to the 8 primordial realms and stay there for a while as if it was tired of playing. Then it would feel bored again and sneak out of the primordial realms. Was this reasonable? It didn't make sense at all. The air was silent for a while. We couldn't help but mutter. So, the warehouse manager needs to check whether the thing under his management is still there or not. Otherwise, you see, it's awkward now. You don't even know when the thing disappeared. And in the time that you don't know, it has already gone on a big adventure in the great primordial realm. In the end, it left us a lot of messy clues. Now, the clues are in front of us, asking us to guess. Guess where I went? Everyone. Although it seemed to make sense, why did it feel a little strange when it came from him? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes at Hui and looked at her. It just so happens that we also have a clue about the time, although it may not be important anymore. He told her about how Brother Lei, his teacher, and her went to the altar together. The little girl was stunned after hearing it. Can you people of the origin lineage not do such frightening things? Sneaking over when I was dormant or something like that. It's so damn scary. It was already gone around the 30th era? That's the earliest time that can be confirmed. If it was the god of origin and the others who visited, then it would explain why there were no traces left at my place. The little girl spread her hands and sighed. But as you said, it doesn't seem to be an important clue. After all, there is a strange ball of time that points to the birth of a new era in the great primordial realm. There must be a problem, but I don't know where the problem lies. Perhaps it's because of the void turbulence. The eruption of the void turbulence would cut off the sea of time, and therefore the time information of some objects would be stripped and erased. Generally speaking, if it's an ordinary object, the traces would not be erased directly. However, if it's an irrelevant trace, it's very likely that its time aura would be erased. In fact, it's more reasonable that even the trace itself would be wiped clean. The object itself carried the aura of time, and the traces left behind by the object would also have the aura of time. The former was life itself, and the latter was the footprints of life. It was easy to understand that footprints could disappear after being covered by rain or something, although it also depended on the location where the footprints were left and the situation of the object itself. But, well, that's what it meant. The part about the void turbulence was Ling's answer, so it shouldn't be wrong. The little girl turned to look at Feng Ling, seeing him nodding. She made an "oh" sound and showed a thoughtful expression. From the looks of it, the traces left behind by the void turbulence are tough enough. They didn't disappear after being washed away by the void turbulence, and only the aura of time was wiped clean. Yun Nuashing knocked on the cup and frowned slightly. "Oh, forget it. I feel that this is a problem that ordinary crickets like us can't understand. If we don't talk to them, we probably won't understand. And they don't seem to be very concerned about this matter. They only went to take a look at it once during the 30th era. So in conclusion, there's probably nothing to talk about." Hearing that, the little girl was paralyzed. Tears streamed down her face. "Why is it like this? There's no other way. Although I really want to help you, this matter really can't be settled. You have to find that group. Oh, they're still wandering around in the samsara. You probably won't be able to call them." Yun Nuashing shrugged. "They might not be able to handle matters related to the secrets of the Yuan realm. It would be better to talk to the heavenly god of origin and the others, but they couldn't find them now." The little girl's mouth trembled and she rolled her eyes. "I'm not asking for your help. When I found out about this situation, I already had a lot of corresponding ideas. When the time comes, we'll see what the situation is. You guys are so busy that you're half dead. How can you spare the time to help?" Hui thought for a moment, glanced at Feng Ling, and said, "To be specific, we're so busy that we're dizzy. There's only one person here who can be said to be half dead." Suddenly, everyone looked at the observer who was drinking tea. The latter was so stunned that his tea spilled out. He thought for a moment and replied calmly, "I think I'm in good condition. It's not a big problem." The little girl's face twitched. She could feel a sense of fatigue seeping out from his soul just by looking at him. He could already affect the atmosphere at any time, and yet he said it was not a big problem. "How long has he been in this condition?" "Oh, 5 eras. It's just that it's gotten worse during this period." Huey's face was full of regret and helplessness. "I didn't agree to let him leave the hospital at the beginning. Look at this. The patient knocked the doctor out and even flipped the bed. If you stop him, he'll destroy the hospital. What can you do?" Everyone frowned. "Sigh." Yun Nuashing. The little girl rolled her eyes at him and reached into her windbreaker to take something out. "Okay, let's not talk about those troublesome things with you. I'm here to see how you guys are doing and bring you something." She took out an object and placed it on the table. It was a transparent pyramid about the size of a palm. The bottom was wrapped in a round glass frame that was 2 to 3 centimeters thick. They could feel a faint energy reaction from it. But the most important thing was that this was a product of the 3 elemental realm. It had the aura of the 3 elemental realm. She fiddled with it for a while. The transparent pyramid gathered energy inside and reflected light from the top, projecting a foot-tall image in the air. It was a picture of 2 girls holding hands and smiling at them. Although the girl on the left retained her youthful appearance, her hair was snow white. It was obvious that she had used some method to retain her youthful appearance. The girl on the right had long blue hair, and there seemed to be something that looked like a tail behind her. The unrestrained smile on her face made her look like a child. Yun Nuashing looked at the image. Her eyes were a little dazed. The sea of memories began to flow and rewind. It did not take much effort for her to find something related to them. Her eyes slowly froze. "It's Jibai and Shaolan. After I sent the things back for you, I stayed in the 3 elemental realm with her. I also took the opportunity to observe the situation of the 3 elemental realm. I wanted to see if there were any traces of the core of the 8 elemental realm. That is, I found its traces in the 3 elemental realm." The little girl said softly. Yun Nuashing stared at the 2 people in the image, and memories related to them appeared in his mind. It wasn't very long, and that period of time was quite happy. In the image, they had changed a lot compared to when they first parted. They were more mature, and there were only a few remnants of the familiarity of the past. Shaolan was still like a child, as if she hadn't grown up. Seeing that he was a little lost in thought, the little girl said softly, "Jibai and the others lived quite well in those years. Thousands of years. They died without any illness. They went through a lot of ups and downs, but there were also moments of peace and tranquility. Overall, it was fine. Ah, this is the last photo of the two of them. If you want to see it, there are other photos. They are all images left behind from these years." As she spoke, she took out another similar item. The projected images slowly switched. Sometimes it was the two of them, sometimes it was the three of them, but most of them were the latter. There were many different backgrounds. Some of them were probably the background of the little blue ball, but they were unrecognizable. There were also some that seemed to be the background of the starry sky, many different starry sky backgrounds. We flipped through for a while and found something wrong. Strange. Why are there only the three of you? Are the two girls not married? Could it be? He glanced at Maple, and the little girl seemed to know what he was thinking. She waved her hand and explained, "It's not as exaggerated as you think. The 5th year after we left, which was the year I went back, Jibai tried to find a partner. But every time she met someone, if it wasn't someone with a heart, then it was someone with a fish. With Xiaolan, Jibai didn't lose out. Well, in the 2nd year, after experiencing a series of shocking events, Jibai gave up. She said to Xiaolan and I, 'This world is too messy.' Xiaolan also supported her, saying things like, 'What kind of man do you want? They're all big pig trotters, stinky men, and so on.' The two of us hit it off, and the three of us lived like that. Later on, the world went through many drastic changes. Unlike our world, which is long and stable, there are basically no drastic changes. In the mortal world, 10,000 years, no, 1,000 years is even less. There are obvious changes in a few decades, followed by 100 years, 200 years. Time passes very quickly, and the changes are also rapid and accelerated. After 10,000 years, we can no longer find any traces of familiarity. Later on, the three of us spent most of our time traveling in the starry sky. The little girl paused for a moment and turned her head to look at Fengling, who was frowning slightly. Her face was a little sad and helpless, but they would occasionally talk about a certain pig trotter who ran away after taking a stroll. Everyone was startled and turned their gazes to a certain sorrowful observer. Yun Nuashing, who was still immersed in some sadness, was suddenly stared at strangely by everyone. She was shocked. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" "It can't be it's my fault again." Hui slammed the table and stood up, pointing at her with a majestic aura. "Fengling, pig trotter." Yun Nuashing hurriedly explained. "I really didn't do anything. I really didn't. I really didn't. During that time, I was expressionless and had dead fish eyes. My head was filled with fireworks. What could I have done? It's not like you didn't look at me. What did I do? How could it be? It's the pig trotter. It's not the pig trotter. It's been more than 10,000 years. Why would she still talk about you?" Yin Nuashing. He hurriedly looked at the little girl. "Explain it to me." The little girl touched her cheek and turned her head. "Unfortunately, Jibai still called your name in the end. Actually, towards the end, I wanted to bring them to the 8 Elements realm to see you. But there was no news from you during that time. I knew that you were busy in the abyss of suffering, so I could only decline." Yun Nuashing. This can't be? How could this reality be so crazy? No, strange. Could it be a fairy tale? No, it can't be, it can't be. Everyone, this guy was completely confused. The period when there was no news? No news at all? Ignoring a certain pig trotter, we looked at the little girl with a serious face. But we didn't do anything that would cause us to disappear. How many years have passed? Well, more than 10,000 years, 12,000 or something. The little girl held her head and shook it. It's probably around this time. I don't remember the details very clearly. Hui took a deep breath, his face sweating profusely. You might have been caught up in the period when we were dealing with the fortress of origin with all our might, the period when we were so busy that we were close to being autistic. No, really autistic, to the extent that we were refusing visitors. Even if it wasn't that period, it might have been the period when the Void front lines were facing the most drastic changes, and everyone was so busy that they were at their most autistic. It wouldn't be surprising if this fellow collapsed at any moment, and I might have found hole to bury myself in every few days or something. Anyway, it should have been during that time. The little girl sighed and shook her head a little regretfully. We didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You could have brought him here first. We would have taken the time out no matter what. The little girl was also a little helpless. I didn't want to disturb you. The 8 elements, realms, order, and the Void war. What if you were carrying out some secret mission when there was no news at all? Hui sighed and glanced at Maple, who was still in a daze and had a look of disbelief on his face. Pig Trotter, come back to your senses. I really didn't. Yun Nuashing stared at him anxiously. Everyone saw that he was so anxious that he seemed to be exerting strength all over his body. He was trembling, his breathing was not smooth, and he looked like he was going to cry. Xiao Lan is just saying that. She likes to make fun of you. You don't have to say it. She didn't mean it that way. The little girl waved her hand at Hui. Fengling was so anxious that he had nowhere to speak. If she didn't stop him, the sharpest spear in the Void of Order would cry first. I think it's just a coincidence, she said as she shrugged. She shrugged and continued. Like I said, when I went back, Jibai tried to find a partner, but it didn't go well. Everything didn't go well. In the end, she didn't feel that it was right, and because she didn't want to make do, she gave up. Fortunately, she didn't choose to make do back then. If she did, it would have been 10,000 years. How could she stand it? Xiao Lan is right. It's okay to live alone. It's okay to live with 3 people. She didn't say that she had to find a partner, right? If she found someone who wasn't compatible with her to come back and get in the way, they would probably quarrel every 3 to 5 days. Just hearing about it makes me feel annoyed. Is she looking for trouble for herself? Besides, when it comes to life, she can choose however she wants. She didn't say that she had to find a partner. As for the reason, I've just said it. I remember that her family even forced her at that time. It was purely because she had a big problem. There was such an experience. Hui raised his head. What happened after that? Xiaolan destroyed the foundation of Jibai's home that she didn't want to go back to. Hui's face was calm as he clapped. Wonderful, wonderful. He sighed softly and looked at Feng, whose expression was so complicated that he couldn't recognize what it was. Well, he didn't dare to call him a pig trotter anymore. Otherwise, Feng would cry in front of everyone and beat him up while crying. He said to the little girl, Actually, I think that Jibai met a strange standard at the right age and was pulled astray. It was an irreversible influence, so everyone nodded. It was very possible. The possibility was very high. After a long silence, Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh and glanced at Hui. She looked at him and made him shiver. Then she turned to the little girl. Did they say anything else? The little girl rummaged in her pocket for a while and took out 2 necklaces. She put them in his hand. They didn't say anything, but they left something. The silver necklace was just a small trinket that he bought before he left. He melted it and remade it. The material was not important to him. If he wasn't worried that it would cause trouble if it exceeded the standards of the tertiary realm, he would have simply used energy crystals to make it. The 2 necklaces were the same as when he first gave them to them. It could be seen that they had been cleaned and maintained well. After more than 10,000 years, they still looked shiny. He let out a long sigh and looked at the necklace in his hand and fell silent again. He knew that there would be a day like this when they first parted. He already knew, so he was mentally prepared. He had experienced too many life and death parting. He was used to recalling a few rounds of things related to the person who left each time he experienced it as a farewell. It was originally a very normal thing, but originally, we just had to cause trouble at this time and talk about it a few more times, which made him feel very strange. It was clearly something that did not involve him that deeply. It was clearly not, but it made him think about it a little too much. Unknowingly, he would care about it. T'es que fond? Seeing his old buddy staring at the necklace in his hand for a long time and his expression changing, we couldn't help but mutter, "Don't tell me you're really thinking about it?" I just said a few words. You don't have to, right? If you didn't say anything just now, I wouldn't be so worried now as if I had done something bad. This sudden feeling makes me very irritated, you know? Yun Nuashing stared at him with a face full of resentment. Come, look directly into my eyes. What do you see? Hui shuddered and laughed dryly. He turned his head hard. This meant that if he said a few more strange words, he would be sent to the chaotic void to be buried. Then do you want to go and have a look? Yun Nuashing looked away in silence. She solemnly put the necklace into the pendant, stood up and walked towards the depths of the observer space without saying a word. Hui looked at her for a while and groaned in his heart. He quickly winked at Siyu and the others to follow. Watching them leave, he let out a sigh of relief and explained to the people who didn't know what was going on. Nothing. I'm going to put up a monument. There's a corner in the observer space that Feng uses to put those things, but there aren't many things placed there. After all, engraved in the observer space is equivalent to being permanently stored in the concept-level space of the realm of the gods. Unless it's a special case, they generally won't be placed there. This time, actually, Hui scratched his head and muttered, "It's the result of me talking too much." Everyone sighed. A certain observer's resentful and irritated look just now was purely due to a certain guardian going crazy. It was as if he had really done something against his will. Chapter 2055. In the depths of the observer space, there was a small island shrouded in faint light that floated above the sea of energy. The flowing energy would turn into a breeze as it passed by, adding a touch of tranquility to the island. Those who came here would involuntarily calm down, as if even the agitation in their hearts could be smoothed out. There was no end to the observer space itself. At present, most of the space and a large number of things were placed around the fortress of origin. The main reason was that it occupied too much space. The concept space's size was the size of its interior, and its actual size was only 1,000 or 2,000 feet. The tranquil island was far from the center, floating alone above the distant sea, like a hidden island isolated from the rest of the world. The island was not big, only about 100 square feet. Half of it was covered by the greenery of a large tree. Looking from afar, the island looked more like a potted plant. There was only one tree and one patch of grass. There was nothing else. Siyu turned around at the edge of the island. From here, she could see the colossal figure of the fortress of origin in its entirety. From afar, it looked like a conch with many decorations. She pulled Blue Phoenix, pointed at it, and whispered a few words before following Shuang Shuang and Jing Jejia towards the base of the tree. Little Star was already squatting there. This was a peaceful place, and there was no need for more decorations. Just like what he had in mind when he built this place, it was just to give some things that had passed away a peaceful place, even if they were not here. He did not know what the meaning was, and did not want to think about it. He only knew that he would occasionally forget some things in eternity. However, memory was a small box, and as long as he took out the key, he would be able to recall everything that had happened at that time and that moment. He could bring out the memories of those who had passed away, allowing him to recall the past. That's right, it wasn't for anyone to see, nor was it to show off anything. The thing that stood here was merely a key left behind for his future self, reminding him that they had once existed. As long as he still remembered everything, the void would not be able to judge their disappearance. It was just for him to see. Siyu and the others gently walked behind little Xingxing. In front of him, there was only a tombstone under the tree. There were no inscriptions on the tombstone, only a complicated pattern. There were no more words, but just by looking at the special pattern that seemed like a mark, they understood what it meant. It's the heavenly god of origins. Shuang Shuang whispered into Little Star's ear, and made an "oh" inwardly when he nodded. There was only one tombstone, and now there were two new neighbors. He did not know what to write, so he only engraved their names. It still felt a little strange. Come to think of it, they had not known each other for very long, right? He did not have a deep impression of them, but he could still recall things about them. It was only 10,000 years, and he would not forget them so easily. However, it was hard to say whether he would forget them in the future. Based on the answer in his heart, he would not forget them. He had said before that he would remember their souls, so he would not forget them. But in the end, after a long and endless time, he would bury this part of his memory in the deepest part of his heart, afraid that he would not even have a way to recall it when the time came. Thus, there wasn't anything wrong with him standing here. It was also a rare person who had left an impression on him, things that were ephemeral, people that were ephemeral. For undying beings like them, the lifespan of ordinary people was truly short to the point that it was like a bubble. In the blink of an eye, it would be gone just like that. If this eternity also comes to an end... He let out a long sigh in his heart and slowly closed his eyes. In the future, would there be a time when they would meet again? He was not sure. The abyss of 10,000 spirits was a very strange place. It existed in the ancient age, but it did not mean that it would still be there in the 139th era. In the future, how could he talk about the future? Southern Airlines? Ah, that young man, right? The little girl made an "oh" sound and said, "His story is quite dramatic, just like his name. It is probably his destiny that he could not avoid in this life." Hui was very curious. He finally flew a plane? No. After more than 300 years, he flew a spaceship. For a period of time, I heard that he ran long distances in the starry sky. Oh, after that, after he had a family, he contacted less and less. We also traveled in the starry sky, and when we left in a hurry, we did not investigate those things in detail. Hui. Oh, this leap was a bit huge, skipping the sky and directly going to the starry sky. As for the guy who was also from the 8 Elements realm, he had a family earlier. When I went back that year to check on him, I saw that he had a family. When I just went down, I saw that he was chased by more than 20 girls. It was a lively scene. Huey's cup was knocked over, and his face trembled for a while. More than 20? Yes, there were wedding photos of him and every girl in the villa. Oh yes, there was also a group photo. I was a little stunned when I saw it. The little girl blew bubbles into the teacup. It seemed that they had all kinds of experiences to become like that. I am not the person involved, so I don't know. There were at least a few million words in the middle. Anyway, I ran away after talking for a while. If I didn't run away, I would be treated as his illegitimate daughter by his wives. Uft! Hui spat out a mouthful of old blood. She could not blame others for treating her like a child. He wiped the corner of his mouth and was just about to take a sip of tea to calm down when he saw Maple and the others slowly coming back. He turned his attention and looked at Maple, who had calmed down. He was a little relieved. Oh, it's settled. Yun Nuashing glanced at him as if he was looking at a stone and nodded calmly. As soon as she sat down with the girls, she saw everyone's strange eyes. Her hand holding the teacup trembled slightly, and she turned her stone-like eyes to Hui. What strange things did you say again? No, this is not what I said. Hui laughed dryly and shook his head hard. He also repeated the matter between Southern Airlines and that person. Yun Nuashing heard it and said with a serious face, "Is there any direct connection between this and you looking at me with such strange eyes?" Everyone averted their gazes. Theoretically speaking, there should be no. The little girl suddenly picked up the teapot and poured the tea into her mouth with a heroic manner. After finishing the whole pot of tea in one breath, she wiped her mouth and let out a long breath. I'm finally alive. Everyone. She had drunk dozens of cups of tea. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. What happened before you came? The little girl frowned slightly. I talked for a long time with the altar guardian consciousness of the 7 elemental realms. Because the turmoil in the 7 elemental realms was gradually intensifying, we discussed some things and changed its hiding place. After that, we also changed the positions of the altars in the other elemental realms. After that, we ran here and did not stop along the way. Upon hearing this, everyone sat up straight with a serious expression. A faintly discernible aura covered this part of the ice plains. The little girl couldn't help but roll her eyes. You guys are still the same. You're ready to fight after hearing this. We don't have to worry too much about the other elemental realms for the time being. The turmoil is real and there is no way to avoid it. The threat from the chaotic void and the suspected underworld is adding fuel to the fire. Well, under various circumstances, the power of order in the other elemental realms is barely equal to the power of chaos, but the internal power of order. Seeing her shrug, Swayfoam seemed to understand. Internal strife and war at the same time. That's right, the little girl sighed. Although your people are helping to coordinate the fight against the chaotic void, your forces are too little to support the overall situation. The Order Void is also a place that has not changed in 10,000 years, where your own people fight each other. The process of internal coordination is no different from bragging, which is why it has always been in a very chaotic situation. Oh, right? Only the 3rd and 4th primordial realms are a little more peaceful. The war there is led by the gods, and the situation with one of them as the commander is much better than the other primordial realms. But generally speaking, the other primordial realms are doing just fine, and should be able to fight back and forth for a long time. The chaotic void should not be able to swallow the entire order void, since the other primordial realms do not have chaotic concept bodies. Hui sighed sincerely. The 8 elemental realms are really difficult to deal with. After all, it is the place where most of the elemental realms are preserved after the great elemental realm split open. Yun Nuashing also let out a long sigh and rubbed between her eyebrows, feeling a little distressed. We can't help much in the other elemental realms. We have already arranged for manpower, so it depends on the fate of the beings of order there. Whether they live or die, they have the final say. We also have to deal with the situation on our side, and we can't spare so many people to deal with the other elemental realms. If they could not deal with the other elemental realms well, it would be a disaster if they could not deal with the other elemental realms well. He hated this kind of situation where he could not take care of both sides. And fundamentally speaking, if the war in the 8 elemental realms ended, the war in the other elemental realms should also stop. He did not know how they dealt with the chaotic situation in the elemental realms during the mythological era. Perhaps they also had the experience of running around the elemental realms. Perhaps it was similar to how they dealt with it now. After all, he had not heard them mention that the chaos concept bodies had gone to the lower realm. Speaking of which, it was strange that every war between order and chaos would involve the entire elemental realms. It was already split into 8 parts. Could it be that they still wanted to repeat the situation during the chaos era and tear the elemental realms apart as if they were going through the process? If that was really the case, then order was really unlucky. At this moment, Siyu seemed to have thought of something and could not help but say, "Don't tell me that the war between order and chaos is going to be fought 8 times in a row." Instantly, everyone was shocked. Everyone put on a terrified expression as they stared at the girl. Holy **T. Fighting 8 battles in a row is enough to crush their souls. Just dealing with the war between order and chaos in their own territory is enough to make their scalps numb. And 8 more battles. Yun Nuashing looked like she was about to cry. She pulled the girl's hand and said, "Girl, let's talk about something else." Everyone. Look, even this guy is scared out of his wits. If there were really 8 wars, he would probably pass out with a bang. The little girl did not know whether to laugh or cry. She shook her head and said, "I don't think there will be 8 wars. Each elemental realm will have to deal with their own affairs. The 8 elemental realms can't even protect themselves, let alone the other elemental realms. With the protection of the heavenly god of origin, I think the other elemental realms would have fallen long ago. Anyway, that's it. The little girl jumped down from her chair. She looked at Feng Ling and the others and said, "I'm also busy here. I came over to rest for a while. It's almost time to set off again. Don't you want to stay a little longer?" Yun Nuashing also stood up and said. The little girl shook her head and said, "No. While I still remember some things, let's hurry and check out the situation. Ah, by the way, your void frontline should have a portal to the realm of the gods, right? Let me borrow it so that I don't have to run over myself." "No problem." Hui stood up and opened the portal to the void portal. He asked with some confusion, "But why are you going to the realm of the gods? Is there something worth paying attention to in the realm of the gods?" The little girl also frowned and was a little puzzled. There are many clues and routes that seem to point to the realm of the gods. Even if that place is not the 8 elemental realms, the clues left behind are still the same. It's quite strange, as if it's a destination. Yun Nuashing could not help but exclaim, "The realm of the gods again!" Again, the little girl looked up at him and was even more puzzled. "What's wrong with the realm of the gods? What do you mean again?" Yun Nuashing looked distressed and crossed his arms. "I was in the realm of the gods. Because of various reasons that I'm confused about, I learned about the core of the 8 elemental realms. But that information was pointed out from the realm of the gods, and not from the outside world." He was talking about the ancient era. Back then, it was because of that person who saw the altar of the core of the 8 elemental realms and left a message that pointed to the realm of the gods. Although it was not his fault, well, it was just a matter of cause and effect. This. Hui also widened his eyes and could not help but slap his forehead with a bitter smile. Our family can't be so unlucky, right? Are we going to be dragged into this again? Well, it's hard to say. The little girl shrugged. It's a world created by the god of origin. There's no guarantee that nothing will happen. Don't be too nervous. Although the clues I found point to the realm of the gods, it might not really be related to the realm of the gods. Like I said just now, the core of the 8 elemental realms would choose a place to stay for a period of time. Maybe it once stayed in the realm of the gods. Hearing this, Sui Qing looked at Ling and the others. Is there a corresponding record for the secondary divine profession? I don't know. Although I can find most things related to the realm of the gods, it's not the kind of information that directly tells me what's going on or what's going on. It's like throwing a bunch of information fragments in front of me, and I have to piece them together before I know what's going on. And when I piece them together, it's not necessarily just one thing. It's possible that I'll discover 5 or 6 things as I piece them together. Hui scratched his cheek in distress and helplessness, holding the teacup and shaking it. It's fine if it's something that happened relatively recently, but if it's something that happened a long time ago, the information fragments will not only become fragmented, but will also hide at the bottom of the concept stratum. It's not that easy to find, and we can only pick up the information fragments in front of us and guess what happened. There's another important condition. We don't know what the core of the 8 elemental realms looks like, and we don't know what the information about it looks like, so we can't identify it. Hearing this, the others showed a helpless expression. They had never done anything like fishing for information in the concept stratum, so they were not particularly clear about it. Hui tilted his head and looked at Maple. What did you find out about the core of the 8 elemental realms? Well, Yun Nuashing thought for a moment and decided to tell them the original situation. Someone saw the altar, and then it seems that he chased it for a few years and finally chased it to the realm of the gods. When he was ready to go out from the realm of the gods, well, there's no more after that. Now we all know about the altar and whatnot. Everyone turned to look at the little girl, and she was sweating profusely. The altar and the core of the 8 elemental realms had already gone their separate ways, and the guy who chased the empty shell was really unlucky. Yun Nuashing pulled her bangs and pondered for a moment, then sat down and looked at the little girl. How about this? The concept stratum of the realm of the gods is currently in a state of lockdown. I'll give you a mark, and you can go and find out the situation yourself. Oh, And remember to lock the door, well. We won't be returning to the realm of the gods for a long time. And if we don't lock the door, well, I'm worried that some idiot will accidentally break in, and that would be a disaster. Okay, that'll be a big help. The little girl nodded quickly. After Maple Ling left the mark on her hand, she waved her hand and walked towards the portal. Let me look around the realm of the gods and see what I find. I'll tell you guys about the situation when I come back. Hui suddenly said in a hurry. By the way, help me find out what's going on in the realm of the gods. Okay. I'll go first. After watching the little hand in the portal disappear, Yun Nuashing and the others looked at each other and sighed. The little girl was not much more free than them. She was also busy. They were busy fighting, and she was busy running around the Yuan realm looking for lost items. She did not know when this needle-in-a-haystack job would end, just like how they did not know when the war would end. After sending off the little girl, everyone walked around and found that there was nothing to talk about. They looked at each other, sighed, and returned to their own business. Yun Nuashing sat in a daze for a long time, all kinds of strange thoughts swirling in her mind, but she still could not figure out the matter of the core of the 8 elemental realms. The only thing that made them feel at ease was that this thing should not have fallen into the hands of the underworld. Well, it shouldn't have. Speaking of which, they thought that the underworld was destroying the void to find the core of the 8 elemental realms. But later on, the information was updated. The underworld was destroying the void to continue the unfinished business of the concept body of chaos. When the void was destroyed to a certain extent, they would pull the plug of the seal on the realm of the gods, and they would be able to come out and do whatever they wanted. And when they came out, it was almost the same as announcing that the concept body of chaos had come out. It was a chain of events. So what was the purpose of the underworld looking for the core of the 8 elemental realms? They were not very clear. Anyway, the only thing they could be sure of was that they were indeed looking for the core of the 8 elemental realms. They could not treat the 2 incidents that the little girl encountered as coincidences, could they? How could there be so many coincidences? Just look at the way she was entangled by the abyssal death, missed the second time. It did not seem to be a coincidence at all. Well, forget it. They could not figure it out for the time being. Anyway, for the time being, the underworld's search for the core of the 8 elemental realms was their third motive. As for the third purpose, didn't they say before that the underworld might be planning to reshape the void or something? Reshape? Damn it. Could it be that the underworld wanted to bring the core of the 8 elemental realms to the concept body of chaos, and then let them use the core of the 8 elemental realms to turn the void of order into a mosaic? Damn it. The more he thought about it, the more serious it became. They knew from the god of origin that the great elemental realms would not be pinched back to their original state like mud, but the underworld might not necessarily know this. And what if the concept body of chaos did not care about the other elemental realms at all and only wanted to restore the 8 elemental realms to its original state during the chaos era? Then, wouldn't it be possible to use that shell to loosen the soil of the 8 elemental realms? Probably. Maybe. Ah, the ice field is really cold now. Damn it, he was actually sweating profusely in a world of ice and snow. Was there anything warmer that could let him breathe a sigh of relief? He looked at the tea set on the table and let out a long sigh. These things were troublesome and annoying, and most of the time he was either guessing riddles or playing hide-and-seek. He was almost tired. In short, the 2 incidents that had suddenly occurred had tormented him so much that he did not even have the mood to deal with the origin energy. But it was not his style to not do something. But at this time, he was not in the mood to do anything. He was half depressed and half depressed. Let him take a break. Ah. When he got up and was about to tidy up the tea set, the vast ice field suddenly trembled. The movement was quite loud, and the cups on the table all jumped up, spilling tea all over the table. He staggered and almost slipped. After he steadied himself, he looked around blankly. There was no earthquake in this place. Even if there was a tremor, it could only be caused by energy tremors. So far, the sea of energy was quite obedient, and it was not caused by Hui and the others. The tremor of the ice field and the tremor of the glacier could only be caused by the concept level space. The tremor that was already quite strong seemed to be getting stronger. He quickly tidied up the tea set and reinforced the manor with energy. He looked around, but he could not find where the energy movement was causing the tremor. What's going on? Hui and the others came back for the second time. They gathered in the manor with a confused look. I just sat down and did not do anything. Suddenly, the tremor sent me flying. My butt cracked. Why do I feel that there are a lot of things happening today? Sui Feng could not help but ask. Is it the cycle time? Cycle. Hui looked at him in confusion. What cycle time? Of course it's. Sui Feng chuckled dryly and cautiously glanced at little brother Feng. Everyone looked at his dog-like gaze and then at the target he was staring at. They were all stunned. After thinking for 3 seconds, they all let out an "oh" and suddenly understood. Siyu pulled Little Star and smiled. Little Star, it's time for trouble again. Yun Nuashing. Your way of saying that I'm some kind of void, disaster that happens periodically really makes me want to cry. Besides, I really did not cause this. The tremor of the ice field lasted for more than 10 minutes before it slowly subsided. Everyone held their breaths and waited for the various lights to bloom. Hui took out a large shield and looked like he was in a defensive state. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry, but at the same time they became more serious. Then, after a long time, nothing happened. Sui Feng scratched his head and looked at little brother Feng. Could it be that the concept level space has been in disrepair for a long time? Energy leakage or something like that. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. This thing was made by your gods. Even if it has been in disrepair for a long time, I was the one who brought it to the land of origin. Even if it has been in disrepair for a long time, I still managed to fix it back then. Just when everyone was puzzled, the space in front of them suddenly opened a crack, and a portal slowly opened, startling everyone. Then, a silver-white figure with energy fragments ignited by the golden light slowly walked out of the portal. Facing the cold wind of the ice field, she stretched and yawned, and the pair of white wings behind her stretched and flapped twice. When she came back to her senses, she saw a group of people standing in front of her with their mouths agape. She was also startled. Ah, why is everyone here? Hui laughed dryly and waved his hand. It's nothing. We just had a guest. Didn't we just finish chatting? We were about to disperse. By the way, you're finally awake. It's been thousands of years. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly saw Feng walk forward with a serious face. He kept staring at her with furrowed brows, as if he was confirming something. He was stunned. Feng, what's wrong? The little angel smiled as she looked at Little Star, who was walking up to her. She reached out her hand and touched his cheek. Seeing that he was looking at her as if he was thinking about something, she could not help but exclaim after a moment, You've entered the realm of advanced. Everyone's breath stopped and their eyes widened. Once again, they were so scared that they could not breathe. Staring at the little angel, they could not help but gulp. When they saw her smiling and nodding gently as a response, they were a little excited. Yeah, Little Star, are you slow? She smiled and pinched Little Star's cheek. Seeing that he was still in a daze, she could not help but smile even more brightly. It's just been completed. Thousands of years, it's so long. Oh, that ice lotus is too hard. I miss your spiritual world. It's more comfortable to sleep in there. He covered his left eye and looked at the people who were in a daze. He then looked at Feng, who was also staring at him in shock. He looked at the smiling little angel for a while and could not help but mutter, The first advanced premier in the Void Frontline.